Get some! All right, welcome to Young Turks. Cenk Uygur and Kasparian with you guys. And happy birthday, TYT. So it's our 21st birthday, 21 years ago.
Been 21 for many, many years.
Yeah, in a living room not far, far away, we started this little show called the Young Turks. Now 21 or 22 billion views later, here we are. And here you guys are. So thank you for watching. We appreciate it. We got a whole show for you guys after the Young Turks celebration, 2.5 hours. And we'll go over some of the most fun moments in Young Turks and TYT history. We'll have all of our hosts. You guys are gonna love it. But in this show, the 2-hour normal Young Turks show, we have one fact that is among the most shocking I've ever heard. And Anna's less shocked by it, but the numbers are stunning, stunning. We have my folks, both people of Muslim background and leftists, being so fragile, it's just bewildering. Come on, please, I'm begging you.
Look,
anyway,
what you need to just keep in mind as we do the show today is unconsensual viewing a thing?
Unconsensual viewing.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys, come on.
Okay,
right,
we'll get to that later. Okay.
All right, so that's later in the program.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, you know we got the tragedy, the massacre we're gonna do first, right? But that's like the least surprising story in the entire rundown. So, without further ado.
Let's do it.
A deadly rampage at Michigan State University. Run! Prompting an hours-long campus lockdown.
Reports of shots fired. Send out an additional alert. Continue shelter in place.
The first calls coming in around 8:18 p.m. Within minutes, hundreds of officers swarming Berkey Hall, where authorities say 2 people were killed. The suspected gunman fled to the nearby Student Union building, where police say another person died.
3 people are dead and 5 others injured, some critically, following yet another mass shooting here in the United States, this time at Michigan State University. The gunman later died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound after police were searching for him for 4 hours straight. Now, according to reports, run, hide, fight. Those were the instructions sent to students at Michigan State University in a text message informing them that a shooter was on the East Lansing campus. Run means evacuate away from danger if you can do so safely. Hide means to secure in place, and fight means protect yourself if there's no other option. So this is where we're at now, where there's even a motto that students get text messaged as a shooting is taking place. 3 people who were killed and 5 who were critically injured in the shooting were all Michigan State University students. MSU interim deputy police chief Chris Rosman confirmed early Tuesday during a news conference 2 of the deaths and several of the injuries occurred at Berkey Hall, and as mentioned in the video earlier, 1 person was killed at the MSU Union, Rosman said. Now, the university police have identified the students who have died as a result of this mass shooting. Junior Ariel Anderson is one of the victims. Sophomore Brian Frazier was another, and finally, junior Alexandria Werner was the 3rd individual who was shot and killed as a result of this mass shooting. So the shooter has also been identified. He's 43-year-old Anthony Dwayne McRae, and as I mentioned earlier, he took his own life after a 4-hour manhunt by police.
Okay, so let me just get this out of the way. Nothing's gonna be done about it. There's gonna be another shooting tomorrow. In fact, there's gonna be 2 more mass shootings tomorrow. There's been 67 so far this year. In about 6 weeks, so we're talking about 10 a day, 10 a week, a little bit more than that, almost 2 a day. Massacres, 2 massacres a day. Okay, so and it's kind of weird which ones we decide to focus on and which ones we don't. Now, tons of massacres go completely unreported by the national media. No politician will do anything about it. We don't live in a democracy. 92% of Americans want background checks in every state on every gun purchase. 92%. 83% want red flag laws. 74% want to raise the legal age of buying any gun to 21. These are overwhelming majorities, but we will get none of those things. That's a guarantee. Please do not listen to anyone in the rest of the media having fake conversations about what actions might be taken, and fake statements by politicians like Joe Biden who say, "Oh, that's why I measured the assault weapons ban in my State of the Union, and we should really get on that. I'm urging people to do that." Oh, are you? You're urging them? Okay, none of the politicians are going to do it. We don't live in a democracy. They don't care what you think, and they don't care that your kids are getting killed. In fact, it's now so out of control. Jackie Matthews has now survived 2 of the biggest mass shootings in American history. She survived Michigan State University, and she survived Sandy Hook.
Yeah, our very last video in this segment actually features her TikTok video talking about that. So
let's go to it now.
Yeah, so if we have that ready, let's go to that video.
It is almost 1 a.m. and I am currently directly across the street from where the shootings at Michigan State occurred. I am 21 years old, and this is the second mass shooting that I have now lived through. 10 years and 2 months ago, I survived the Sandy Hook shooting. And when I was crouched in the corner in school in Newtown, Connecticut on 12/14/12, I was hunched in the corner with my classmates for so long that I actually got a PTSD fracture in my L4 and L5 in my right lower back. I now have a full-blown PTSD fracture that flares up anytime I am in a stressful situation or anything occurs that's aggressive like that. The fact that this is the second mass shooting that I have now lived through is incomprehensible. My heart goes out to all the families and the friends of the victims of this Michigan State shooting. But we can no longer just provide love and prayers. It needs to be legislation, it needs to be action. It's not okay. We can no longer allow this to happen. We can no longer be complacent.
And the Sandy Hook shooting left 26 people dead, including 20 children and 6 adults. But she wasn't the only one who was victimized by multiple mass shootings. Several students on campus Monday had come to MSU as survivors of the November 2021 shooting at Oxford High School in Michigan. In an interview with WDIV TV, Andrea Ferguson, the mother of an Oxford graduate, said her daughter had started studying at MSU in January. So the shootings have become so common that people experience the mass shootings more than once in their life.
And the Parkland massacre happened almost 5 years to the day, just one day after the Michigan State shooting. So they were set to commemorate it today, and lo and behold, another massacre happens the night before. Of course, they're going to be on the same anniversaries. There's so many massacres in America, a whole bunch of them are going to fall on the same day.
So Cenk, look, and understand that I obviously want something to be done, right? But at this point, I don't know whether legislation is gonna stop it. Like, I'm just keeping it real. There's so many guns. And the one thing that is true is for people who wanna break the law and obtain guns or carry guns illegally, they're gonna do it, as was the case with this shooter, right? He had been prosecuted for illegally carrying a gun, concealed carry. He served 1 year of probation as a result of that, and proceeded to obtain guns illegally.
No, it does. The illegal stuff doesn't, look, guys, first of all, Anna's right about the number of guns, obviously. 120 guns for every 100 people in America. If you're living outside the country, you know that that's the craziest thing you've ever heard. No country's anywhere near that. We almost have as many guns in America as the rest of the world combined. We're in a nonstop shooting gallery. So Anna, number one on the laws, well, it's a good place to start, right? Can we at least, the reason 92% of Americans want background checks is because can we at least know who the criminals are, right? I mean, it's like the bare minimum for tracking the guns, right? And even conservatives, Republicans, gun owners, NRA members, they all say, yes, we want background checks. But only one entity says no, gun manufacturers. So We can't have it because they bribe all the politicians. So it'd be a nice start. It'd be nice to have red flag laws, take away guns from maniacs, who have people who have shown a propensity to crime, violent mental illness, etc.
No.
So that's number one.
Yeah.
So I don't want to give up on that.
No,
look, I know
Cenk.
it's nearly impossible, but I don't want to give up on it.
Okay. Let me just respond to what you're proposing bit by bit, because it's far more complicated and nuanced than we should have red flag laws. I agree with the red flag laws, okay? But you run into a brick wall when it comes to how red flag laws are implemented. They're implemented with the assistance of law enforcement, and the left hates law enforcement. So how do you deal with that situation?
I don't care what the left hates or
No,
doesn't
I
hate.
get it, but like we have these like definitive statements about what we like to see done, and then when it comes to the actual implementation of the laws that we want to implement, there's all sorts of issues and hangups, and it's a lot more complicated.
To just implement it. And so if some person is belly aching, I don't know where they are, I don't care where they are on the political spectrum. If you got a dangerous person with a weapon, take the goddamn weapon. 83% of Americans say, even the gun nuts say, take the weapon, the guy's dangerous, take the weapon, right? So pass the law, implement the law. But to your point, Anna, we need a cultural shift. So there is a huge percentage of this country that just doesn't understand facts, doesn't want to know facts. The fact that the number of guns is directly correlated to the number of mass shootings, directly correlated to the number of gun homicides and suicide. There's absolutely no question about it. The science is overwhelming. It's one of the most overwhelming data sets I have ever seen. But it doesn't matter when you talk to a right winger. They're like, oh no, man, I like my guns. Oh, government tyranny, oh, vermins. They don't care about facts. They're like, oh, I think it's gonna make us safer. We already have more guns than everybody else. And it's not making us safer. It's causing 2 massacres a day. That's our kids. Here, I'll give you one more. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, she has kids at Michigan State University. She's a top law enforcement officer in Michigan. She's distraught over this. She's like, I don't know how to stop it, right? And at the end of her appearance on MSNBC, she said, we have to start loving our kids more than we love our guns. And to that, the right wing in this country answers with a resounding hell no. If you told right wingers, take away your guns or your kids, I don't know how they would answer that question. Are you sure you know how they would answer that question? Because I guarantee you a lot of them would say, well, if you take away my guns, I bet the kids are next. No way I'm giving up my guns. Take the kids and maybe I'll murder you later with my guns and take the kids back. You don't think they'll say that? You don't think they'll say it?
I don't think they'll say
They definitely, some of them. I guarantee you in the comments section, they're saying it right now. So anyway, you think the guns are Republicans and right wingers who are so obsessed culturally with guns, they've equated with masculinity. So I'm not talking about the penis jokes and you feel, not as manly, whatever. No, I'm talking about they think if you don't own a gun, you're not a man. If you don't shoot yourself in the toe or somewhere else with a gun, you're not a man. And so it's ingrained into the culture. And so we have to fight back against that. But no one is willing to do that with me. I mean, because then you're gonna say, oh, you're offending people. You can't offend people. Oh.
Cenk, in the same breath, you mentioned how the vast majority of Americans, which obviously includes Republicans, want common sense gun reform like background checks. And then you simultaneously make blanket statements about Republicans being so obsessed with their guns, they prefer their guns over their children.
Okay, great point. That gets to nuance. So on assault weapons, for example, it's 50 to 45. 50% of the country say ban assault weapons. So a plurality of majority, barely, okay? And so, but 45% of the country says, no, assault weapons that rip through kids, that rip through human beings, meant for warfare, not meant for hunting. Love them, gotta keep them, value it more than the kids. That's a fact, that's a fact. So hey, those assault weapons are meant only for murder. I value them more than the kids. They're killing kids every single day with those assault weapons. Don't care. I like my hobby, I like my hobby. I don't feel as manly. Look guys, I get it. You live in the rural areas, you want protection. I get it. These days you live in urban areas, you want protection. I get it. And so a lot of it is nonsense, protecting against government tyranny. You're not gonna fight them in the woods, you wanna be Rambos and stuff like that. I know, especially as we're in an ocean of guns, you feel unsafe.
Absolutely.
I totally get it. But at the same time, the ocean of guns is what led to the lack of safety in the first place. So more guns is definitely not going to solve it. We've got to fix the culture, but nobody's willing to offend anyone. So we never have honest conversations about the toxic culture of guns and violence in America. That's reality.
So just a few more details about the shooter here, including what his family and neighbors had to say about him. So as I mentioned earlier, he was prosecuted for illegal possession of a gun. McRae was previously arrested in 2019 for possession of a loaded firearm without a concealed weapon permit, according to records from the Michigan Department of Corrections. In June of 2019, he claimed to police that he left home to walk to a store to buy cigarettes and feared for his safety, so he took his gun. He pleaded guilty to the weapons violation, but did not serve prison time, records show. He was placed on probation in October of 2019 and successfully discharged in May of 2021. And in terms of his family members, his older brother says that he seemed to become more of a loner in recent years and kind of disassociated with people in the family. His father said that 2 years ago when his mother died was when he really started to kind of lose it. Neighbors of his also said that he was a hellraiser. That was a phrase used in reference to the shooter who practiced target shooting out his back door and has a recent history with firearms, which I described to you earlier. So, to your point, I do think that there are common sense things we can do. So if someone's shooting his gun out of his back door like that and being reckless, we gotta be super careful to make sure that this person doesn't have possession of these guns. Clearly he's obsessed with shooting the guns. Clearly he's, for whatever reason, something's going on with him mentally. But yeah, I mean, these stories, covering them is a responsibility because people should know what's going on in the country. But you're right, I don't want to lie and pretend like anything's gonna happen or anything's gonna change after we cover this today.
Yeah, no chance, 0% chance. So everybody who's saying with good intent, we can't bear this anymore and it's gotta change and we've gotta take action. Understand, you don't live in a democracy. Everything in America is about bribery. And by the way, even progressives in Congress don't understand that. There's, money in politics is the most important issue. Then they don't do anything about it. If you don't fix the bribery, they're just gonna keep taking bribes. And guys, that's why, that 45% who are clinging to their assault weapons, etc., that's a cultural issue and we have to fix that. But the rest of it, where yes, even Republicans who I say are crazy and believe in QAnon and all, just imagine the craziest Republican you've ever met. And they're like, no, we should have background checks. Even they're not that crazy. The only people that are that crazy are the politicians being bribed by them. They're not crazy, they're being bribed by the gun manufacturers and the NRA. But no one on television, no one in Washington will say it because they're afraid of offending their colleagues. It's not just this issue, it's every issue. But yes, this corruption literally gets us killed.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we have some incredibly important updates on what happened with the train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. That and more coming right up.
All right, back on TYT. Like I said, it's our 21st birthday today. Also, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. So number one, we're not gonna drink during the show, but you can drink with us as long as you don't drink and drive. And we put up our favorite drinks for all the hosts and Dave Koller. So you can find out and make those if you'd like on the special tyt.com/cheers. That's how you can see it. And then shop TYT. has new merch. So we've got related to our ability to drink at Young Turks now that we're 21. So shot glasses and other paraphernalia. You guys are gonna love it. ShopTYT.com. Check that out. Okay, now let's go to member section. Lynn writes in, happy 21st. Cenk, you must have started the show when you were 10. Oh, Lynn, how much do I love you? Okay, thank you, but you know that's not true, but very sweet. You know that that's not within several decades of true, but still very sweet. Sexy Speed Racer says, woo, get some. Birthday cake for TYT's 21st, there you go. Shadow says, happy birthday, TYT, been a member since 2009, watching since 2007. Love you guys and keep up the great work for all you do. It's needed more now than ever. Shadows, you've been a member since 2009. Love you. Holy cow, that you made this show possible through all the tough years, the lean years, all of you did who've been members that long or anywhere near that long. Cenk's left tricep furious says, my 21st wedding anniversary is Friday, so I feel we have a bond. I mean, you're my left tricep, of course we have a bond. So yes, by the way, also the time, Valentine's Day is also my first date with my wife. And so about 19 years ago. Interesting day. Naveenik says, I listened to the police scanner live. It was chaotic. If the gunman packed an additional set of clothes, we'd still be looking for him. His dad, by the way, tried to turn him in. Nobody did anything about it. And if he tried to take away his guns, probably the NRA would have said, oh my God, he's a victim, etc. So Atomic Ann says, my favorite TYT memory, during the filibuster, Ben recalled writing the lyrics out for a school crush for the song Thunder Island by Jay Ferguson. I crack up every time I hear it. Sometimes I sing it at karaoke now. What an amazing recollection, Atomic Ann. And that filibuster was, geez, Lord mercy, what was that, like 16, 17 years ago? So that's amazing. Jesse B. Anti-Racist says, Hassan had a MSU student on in his chat last night while the tragedy was going on last night. Well, you can do it almost at any time because there's nonstop active shooters. But that's amazing. Check out Hassan Abi on Twitch. Black Barbie Lawyer says, I'm at Michigan State and I have a niece who's a student there now. She's really traumatized and I can only be there for her from afar because of this morning I have COVID. It's tragic to hear that. I hope she's okay. And yeah, we all know someone who's been in a shooting or been near a shooting, etc., because they're nonstop and they're not gonna stop as long as we have the corruption. TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. Also, Scott Stevenson and Rochelle Van, they just became members and American heroes. We appreciate it. Hit the join button below if you can on YouTube. Everybody else, tyt.com/join. Casper.
Let's do it.
Residents within a 1 mile radius of the derailment were ordered to evacuate immediately. Resident Melissa Henry recalled the moment she knew she had to leave with her son.
It smelled like really strong paint thinner, and then his eyes turned like bloodshot and he started coughing, and I was like, yeah, we're leaving.
After a controlled release of the toxic chemical from 5 of the derailed train cars, local officials consulted the Environmental Protection Agency and lifted the evacuation order on Wednesday.
There are new questions about the safety of the air and water in East Palestine, Ohio, following the derailment of a 150-car train carrying hazardous chemicals on February 3rd. Now, on February 3rd, about 50 cars of the Norfolk Southern train went off track in Ohio, causing a days-long fire in the area. 10 of the 50 derailed cars contained hazardous chemicals, including vinyl chloride, something we talked about on the show before, which were among some of the combustible liquids that authorities feared could set off a major explosion. The rail operator, Norfolk Southern, carried out a controlled burn, which is what you see on screen right now. And they did this in order to avoid an explosion. Although there are some concerns that this was a bit of a shortcut. They could have potentially done a different method of transferring the chemicals onto different train cars instead of just doing a controlled burn, which of course releases these toxins into the air. But for some people who live in the area of this derailment, they're not necessarily buying what they're hearing from the EPA. The EPA says that they've been doing tests of the air and the water, and they say everything's fine, everything's safe. But they're experiencing something a little different, including burning eyes. They're noticing dead fish in the creek. And one hazardous materials specialist told WKBN, quote, "We basically nuked a town with chemicals so we could get a railroad open." So that's referring to the so-called controlled burn, which releases the toxic chemicals into the air. The Ohio Department of Natural Resources said the chemical spill resulting from the derailment had killed an estimated 3,500 small fish across 7.5 miles of streams as of Wednesday. But the state EPA says they're going to continue monitoring, and so far they have not found unsafe levels of chemicals in the water or in the air.
So this is part of the problem with the culture of corruption, because I used to trust the EPA. Now I'm not at all sure. So the Department of Transportation, I don't trust at all, run by Pete Buttigieg, absolute lover of corporations. I mean, Jesus, the airlines and the trains are an enormous disaster in this country. He hasn't fined him $1. He's a joke. He's a joke. They're like, oh yeah, he's looking into it now. Oh, is he?
Guys, he didn't even release a statement about it for 10 days, nothing. Absolute silence about it. And it wasn't until the right wing got on his case recently that he finally put out a tweet or two about it.
And so,
come on.
And so look, I'm gonna give credit here to The Lever, who's done brilliant reporting on this. That's David Sirota's organization. You should check them out. He almost embarrassed the national media into talking about it. Now the right wing has picked it up. Now the national media, when the left wing is talking about it, oh yeah, you're just bitter because you think you're gonna run, Bernie Sanders is gonna run against Buttigieg. No way we're covering it. But now that the right wing's covering it, all of a sudden it's a giant story.
Yeah, let me just be clear about one thing, because I don't wanna waste any time like dealing with an angle to this story that's totally irrelevant, because fact of the matter is, whether you're talking about corporate Democrats or corporate Republicans, they're the same thing when it comes to regulating big industry. Okay,
so that's exactly.
Let's just keep it real. The Trump administration deregulated the rail industry as it pertains to the transport of chemicals that are dangerous, toxic chemicals, right? And the Biden administration has yet to reverse that deregulation. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
So that's what I'm trying to get at, guys. Whether you're been brainwashed by Democratic media or right-wing media, snap out of it. Obama said he was going to do a regulation on the brakes in the trains. They're from like 150 years ago, like the technology, right? And we have new brake technology that's way better and can prevent many of these accidents, okay? Because there's derailments nonstop. And by the way, these trains are going through the middle of Pittsburgh. And this chemical is dangerous. There's another chemical that's far more dangerous that like just 20 of those cars can be like the equivalent of Hiroshima or something. We got the exact numbers in a sec. So guys, Obama didn't push it through, the regulations. They dragged their feet. Then Trump came in and said, oh, no way I'm doing regulations. Forget the brakes and hazard chemicals. Of course you can carry hazard chemicals that are hazardous and flammable, etc. And then Biden comes back in, and you know what he's done to actually put those safety regulations in? Nothing, zero. Isn't that funny? Corporate Democrat, corporate Republicans, corporate Democrats, and no action ever gets taken.
Okay, so let's get to the other facts of the story. And I wanna talk about how the EPA seems to be saying two different things, okay? So when it comes to the residents in the area who are concerned about the water and the air, the EPA is like, don't worry, we've been testing, everything seems fine. But there's something a little different. Ohio officials said Wednesday that residents could return home after air quality samples showed readings at points below safety screening levels for contaminants of concern. But the EPA, which is overseeing the air quality testing, also said air monitoring since the fire went out has not detected any levels of concern in the community and can be attributed to the incident at this time. However, the EPA said Friday in a letter to Norfolk Southern, this is the rail company, of course, that chemicals carried on the train continue to be released to the air, surface soils, and surface waters. In fact, Ohio's Governor Mike DeWine was asked about this during a recent interview. Let's hear what he had to say.
Your office deemed it safe for residents to return to East Palestine of Wednesday of last week. Days later, we learned that the EPA informed the railroad of several other chemicals that were not publicly discussed. How can you assure people that the area is safe when we're still learning more about the severity of this disaster?
You know, we rely on the experts, what they tell us. We continue to monitor the air. We continue to monitor the water. They continue to tell us, the EPA continues to tell us that it is in fact safe. Where we've seen some traces is in the water, which has gone into the Ohio River. Again, the experts tell us that it is such a small quantity that we really should not worry about it.
We really should not worry about it, but there's also a lack of transparency as it pertains to the type of chemicals the train was carrying. At first, we only heard about vinyl chloride, but then it turns out there were other chemicals that everyone was kept in the dark about, and we didn't find out about them until very recently. The next video explains that.
The city lifted the evacuation order on February 8th and assured residents that extensive testing shows the air and water are safe. But officials have yet to release a complete manifest of what was aboard the train. Jamie Koza, who lives just steps from the river, is concerned about her 3-year-old daughter and what East Palestine's other children could be exposed to in the water.
I definitely have a right to know what was on that train, to see that manifest, to know what chemicals are in the creek, and also how much.
Now, new details igniting new fears. A letter the Environmental Protection Agency sent to Norfolk Southern revealed the cargo included more potentially hazardous materials than vinyl chloride, chemicals used to make adhesives, plastics, construction materials. The EPA telling the train operator it could be responsible for cleaning up the site.
The EPA telling Norfolk Southern they might be responsible for cleaning up the site. They might be responsible for cleaning up the site? They might be responsible.
Yeah,
well, who else would be responsible exactly? The residents who are now being potentially poisoned by the toxic chemicals that were being carried by that train that was derailed?
Isn't that interesting? Republican Governor Mike DeWine and a Democratic Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg so far completely agree. Nothing to see here, guys. Whatever you do, don't punish the railroads. They're making billions of dollars in profits. They cut their staff to the bone. They used to have 1 million people. They only have 200,000 employees now. They've done no safety regulations. We've never enforced it. Oh, coincidentally, they're filling up our coffers with giant amount of campaign contributions. But don't worry, those are not bribes. No, they think it's the right thing to do to not regulate any of these companies and just let them have giant fireballs of chemicals near your house.
No, I mean, the EPA tells them they might be responsible for the cleanup. The word might says a lot about how things work in this country.
Exactly,
right?
That's why I don't trust the EPA. So, I mean, it's so sad they got us to a point where I don't trust the EPA. Where if a government, Democrat, it doesn't matter if it's a Democratic president, the government used to actually look out for us, and that's what it's supposed to do in a democracy. There are representatives. But now when the EPA or any other part of the government says, oh, no, don't worry, this corporation should not, maybe might be responsible, but overall everything is safe and fine. I don't believe you.
Okay, now finally, I want to tell you the specifics about the deregulation that happened under the Trump administration and was maintained under the Biden administration. So the US Transportation Department, that's the department that Pete Buttigieg is the head of, but back in 2020, under Trump, approved a rule to allow liquefied natural gas, or LNG, to be shipped via rail with no additional safety regulations. Trains can now run 100 or more tank cars filled with 30,000 gallons of the substance, largely from shale fields to saltwater ports. Just 22 train tank cars filled with LNG hold the same amount of energy as the Hiroshima bomb, a coalition of environmental groups wrote in comments to regulators opposing the LNG rail rule change in 2020. Now, that was under the Trump administration, tail end of the Trump administration. So now that Biden's in charge, now that you have Pete Buttigieg, Mayor Pete, as the head of the Department of Transportation, what now? Well, under the Biden administration, the Transportation Department has proposed a suspension of the Trump-era LNG rule, allowing the substance to be transported via rail and to replace it with a new rule. The suspension was supposed to be published by June of 2022, but it and the new rule have been delayed twice. I wonder why, and are now supposed to be final in March. We'll see if that happens.
The reason I mentioned right-wing media earlier is because that's the only thing that anybody in Washington responds to. So there's some chance that Buttigieg is going to do a cover your ass operation, and he's going to be like, oh yeah, well I was going to release those rules any second now. Here's like a fraction of the rules that you need, and then the rest of the media will come out and go historic safety regulations from Mayor Pete, and then there'll be another explosion. By the way, as we were speaking, apparently there's been another spill. So I'm going to report it from our own members. I just saw it from the members. Earl wrote in, hey TYT, breaking news, I got a hazmat warning 20 minutes ago saying not to leave the home, not to breathe the air, not to run any AC. Incident happened a mile from my home, kind of nervous. I'm totally serious here. I know because Cat Daddy 23 wrote in on Twitch, don't know how much reporting there's gonna be because it just happened, but there's a chemical spill in Tucson, Arizona. So bad hazmat's been sent and the people in the area are being told to shelter in place, turn off anything that takes the air from the outside and puts it inside. Guys, corporate rule is squeezing us and squeezing us. Now there's like trains and explosions going off everywhere, mass shootings. The whole country's falling apart because we can't ever touch a corporation. They could do anything they want. They can create any kind of mayhem, damage, murder, you name it. I mean, we did a story with PG&E the other day where the company was convicted of manslaughter and none of the executives went to jail. So there's never any consequences. These corporate media is lying to you. Corporate Democrats and corporate Republicans are not on your side. They're on the side of the enemy, the corporate machines that are causing all of this damage.
Well, let's get to what the Republican response has been because they have spun this in ways that really should blow your mind, right? Because it's not about deregulation for them. It's about companies being too woke, apparently. Now, let's start with Marjorie Greene. Daily National Embarrassment, Marjorie Greene, has decided to blame the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment on lazy Americans who are contributing to the labor shortage. Now, of course, that has absolutely nothing to do with the train derailment, which I'm going to debunk and give you the details of in just a moment. But before we do, why don't we dive into Greene's insane Twitter thread where she writes, our nation's rail system is a very critical part of our supply chain and the integrity of our railroad tracks and all of its working components and gears must be maintained. Then she pivots to this. With labor shortages that can also be a difficult task and take longer to accomplish to be safe. She elaborates more on the labor shortage. Not only do we have a shortage of people, we have a shortage of good values.
That's what's causing this, you moron.
Please spare me anything you might have to say about good values, Marjorie Greene. But let me continue reading what she had to say about this. And hard work is one of the most important good values America is losing or has lost. Think about this. How many kids do you hear say they want to be a train engineer when they grow up? I don't know. I mean, if kids are paying any attention to the news, they'd know that people who work for these major rail companies can't take a single day off without being retaliated against because the rail companies have laid off so many of their employees. They went from a workforce of 1 million employees to only 200,000. You know why they did that, Marjorie Greene? To maximize their profits. It had nothing to do with people refusing to work, but let me continue. If kids say it when they're 5 years old, our society's projected values change their minds by the time they're 18 years old. Our society teaches them to want to either work as little as possible or to chase dreams they think will make them rich, but are only attainable by very few. And then just one more from her Twitter thread here where she says, there are also many young Americans who spend their days dazed from using marijuana all day and unfortunately confused. No, so
what in the world?
So the East Palestine train derailment is because people are smoking pot and they're lazy. When in reality, it has everything to do with these companies wanting to maximize profits by ensuring that they have the bare minimum workforce necessary to do the job. And there's deregulation that's a huge problem as well, including the transport of toxic chemicals through our rail system. And I'll give you the details in a moment, but I wanted you to jump in, Cenk.
Look, so she pointed out that this was a disaster and the government should do something, the representatives should do something about it like a day ago. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Rashida Tlaib, a Just Democrat, saying we should do something. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a theoretical populist on the right wing, saying we should do something. Imagine if they got together in real bipartisanship and challenged the corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? And it would get a ton of attention and maybe we could get something fixed. Oh, come on, of course that wasn't gonna happen. So we went from a train derailment to a policy derailment. So she went from, hey, maybe we should do something about it. Well, what should we do? Well, you could fix the brakes. They don't have modern brakes. You could make sure they are not carrying, or they are taking safety precautions when they carry hazardous chemicals that could blow up, like that happened in Ohio. No, she went to the average American worker is a bum, lazy. It's not the corporation's fault, it's your fault.
Insane.
That's a populist? That's a populist. Oh, the world's most ironic populist. Okay, no, and look at what Anna said. They went from 1 million workers down to 200,000. You think it's because 800,000 people were lazy? No, they fired them, you moron.
Listen,
they fired them, you idiot. Okay, what a useful idiot you are for the corporate machines, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Right wing, please wake up. You're also getting killed out there. Wake up and wait till you hear Charlie Kirk and the other morons.
All right, so let's give you the details. So as we've mentioned 1 billion times, deregulation has a lot to do with it. Maximizing profits has a lot to do with it. The Railroad Workers United pinned this threat on rail industry cuts to inspection staff and the elimination of safety protocol.
Obviously.
The East Palestine train was hurried, the nonprofit said in a statement. And though a cause hasn't been fully determined, they believe that it was an issue with one of the axles. It appears the train was not properly inspected. Rail companies laid off more than 20,000 rail workers during a year period in 2018 to 2019, meaning before the pandemic, representing the biggest layoffs in rail since the Great Recession, and the nation's rail force has dipped below 200,000, the lowest ever, and down from 1 million at its peak. Finally, I want to read this quote because it's from a former Norfolk Southern freight engineer who says, "They have cut the hell out of the workforce, and there are big plans to cut it further. Just because the rail companies are profitable doesn't mean they're healthy. In fact, if they're highly profitable, there's a good chance they're not healthy, because in order to maximize those profits, they lay off workers that they obviously desperately need in order to ensure that the safety protocols are met."
Okay, guys, we're not saying that the trains shouldn't be profitable. We're saying they don't need to have the massive margins that they have now. You can use some of your gigantic profits on safety protocols, which, by the way, it's not you must do that. In a sane society, we would require them to do that. Otherwise, not only is the potential harm to you guys, the fish are dead in East Palestine. A lot of the pets are sick. People are coming down with rashes, etc. already. Of course it's gonna damage you guys, but not only does it damage your health, but now the government, i.e. your taxes, have to pay for their disaster. That's their cost, that's not our cost. Why do we have to pay for it? Right wing, why do you have to pay for it? Because there's corporate rule in America and they're crushing us. Please wake up.
Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll give you more Republican reaction, including insane commentary from Charlie Kirk and JD Vance on this matter. Stick around.
Back on the social break. All right, let's go to our members on TYT.com. Uriah Heap says, these poor people will not be able to sell their homes. Who in the hell would buy them? I'll be willing to guess that their home insurance won't have disaster relief for this type of disaster. Funny thing is that these people don't look like the clowns that work on Wall Street. Of course. No, their houses are screwed, because you know what the safety people are telling them now? Oh, you have to keep on vacuuming because it might be in the clothes and the couch and on the ground and the rugs, etc. And you have to keep on cleaning it to try to get out the hazardous chemicals that might poison your family. So who's gonna buy those homes where the chemicals might be in the homes? But are the railroad companies gonna pick up the cost? Of course not. The government would never protect you. There's no chance a corporate stooge like Pete Buttigieg and Joe Biden would ever protect you. Right wing, do you get it? We don't care about partisanship. Please wake up. Okay, Nerdo Fiticus on Twitch says about the shootings, they'll ban schools before they consider actually banning guns. The United States of dystopia. That is, of course, that's totally true. I mean, they're destroying the public school system now. That's not even hyperbole. Hunger Games 1989 said Uvalde students had to be identified by what they were wearing that day because their heads were blown to bits or their bodies were so mangled that they were unrecognizable. Sorry to be graphic, but I'm sick of the gun culture and people just accept that nothing can or should be done. Yeah, that's because they were shot with assault weapons and with high-powered bullets. Every one of those is protected by every Republican politician. Oh no, we need the high-powered bullets so you can't recognize the kids in the massacres afterwards. Jesus, you sick sons of bitches. Oh, the assault weapons, we make a lot of, I mean, our donors make a lot of money off of those assault weapons. We can't have that being taken away. All right, now, Aussie Plant Dragon as a message for us. They say, Anna, I think you need to stop listening to the toxic online left you're hearing. You are the left. Have more confidence in yourself, but please don't back into the corner of focusing on critiquing the left alone. It comes across entitled. The left aren't the loudest voices on the internet. We are the poor and the working class out here listening to you. Don't focus on the fringe. This network is full of amazing leftist voices and contributors. Listen to your colleagues and advocates. And something, I think that means thank you, the emoji. Look, yes, you're absolutely right. What does the left mean? And part of Anna's frustration and my frustration is some jackasses online raise their hands and go, I'm going to be super extreme and pretend that I represent the left and only the left. And so Young Turks viewers don't count, Young Turks don't count, all the people who voted for Bernie Sanders don't count, the polling that shows where the left actually is doesn't count, only I count, I am the pure leftist, right? Guys, unfortunately, they force us to battle them, right? But they are definitely not the left, okay? You're the left. And it's not just us claiming that, it's the polling absolutely indicates that. So thank you for the comment, we'll be back. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. More news.
All right, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene and conservatives like her have decided to lean on an anti-woke narrative or an anti-worker narrative to essentially deflect from the fact that deregulation is what led to the train derailment in East Palestine. Could have been mitigated with the proper regulations, but let's go to Charlie Kirk, who thinks, maybe the emphasis on a diverse workforce and wokeism is where we should be focusing here. Let's watch.
Dangerous. They know that it is actively poisoning the citizens of Eastern Ohio. So why is it that they kind of shrug their shoulders and they say, yeah, okay, whatever. It's very simple. It's because the war on white people continues.
The war on white people continues. Okay, now let me just note that East Palestine is in Ohio, of course. Last time I checked, Cenk, let me know, I could be wrong. Lawmakers in Ohio, are they left wing?
No, they're right wing.
Oh, they're right wing.
Republican Governor Mike DeWine. In fact, he had a reporter arrested for daring to ask a question about this accident.
Yeah, so who are they? Because if, let's say you need to call this a crisis, an emergency, you need federal funding, you need FEMA to get involved, it is dependent on state lawmakers, local lawmakers, to call on the federal government to provide assistance, to provide resources from FEMA. Have they done that? So when Charlie Kirk says they don't care, who are you referring to? Because the state politicians are from your side. But let's hear more of Charlie Kirk's argument and see if there's anything logical in what he has to say.
Why would you care for the white working class voters in Eastern Ohio? You haven't cared about them in other reasons or other portions, and I will prove it to you. If this train derailment happened in downtown Atlanta, in the densely populated black neighborhoods, this would be the #1 news story. It would be Flint water crisis 2.0. There would be clamoring and activism and talks for reparations. And Buttigieg, meanwhile, is out there saying, listen, while this derailment is happening, while the act of poisoning is happening, he's saying, look, the problem is that workers are too white.
Buttigieg has never uttered the words, the problem is that the workers are too white. Not once. Buttigieg did fail in addressing this serious situation because he didn't say anything for 10 days straight and then gave a speech where he talked about the importance of a diverse workforce, which I have no problem with the diverse workforce. But you got to address the lack of regulation that led to this disaster in Ohio.
Yeah, guys, so what is this? It's a smokescreen. So Charlie Kirk is paid by giant billionaires and corporations, et cetera, to create smoke screens like this. So when a corporation screws up and their chemicals poison your neighborhood, they send in Charlie Kirk to go, identity politics. It's because you're white, that's why they're doing it. Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, is white. Joe Biden is white. Pete Buttigieg is the whitest man in America. What are you smoking? I don't know if you're this naturally stupid or if you get paid to be this stupid. But they're trying to distract you even on this. When the issue is, did they do safety on a train that got derailed? He somehow turns it to identity politics.
Right, which divides the country, and that's his bread and butter. He loves it, right? The deflection from, honestly, a class-based issue to a race-based issue that's manufactured by someone like Charlie Kirk only serves to divide the country so we fight each other as all the corporate goons and all the millionaires and billionaires continue to get their way, continue to bribe our politicians, continue to get subsidies, deregulation, everything that allows companies like Norfolk Southern to get away with what they got away with this train derailment. Go ahead, Cenk. So
one more thing before we get to more clips. So he says, if it was in Atlanta, it'd be the #1 news story. It's been the #1 news story on TYT since it happened. We had David Strode on the main show to talk about it. We've featured his articles. I've tweeted about it nonstop. I don't know how many stories we've done on it. I don't know that anybody's done more stories than we have. So wait, his explanation is it's the leftists who hate white people. Well, then why have we covered it more than anyone else? Let me give you an alternate explanation. See, and then you judge which makes more sense. Corporate Republicans, corporate Democrats, and corporate media didn't cover it because they're covering corporate ass.
100%.
Okay. And the left covered it because we're like, will you please do safety regulations to protect the citizens so those good people in Ohio don't have to worry about health for their kids and their families and all the things that they're going through right now. Please, regulation means laws, like don't rob people, don't kill people, and don't stop doing inspections because it'll cause train derailments, right? But nope, Charlie Kirk's explanation is Joe Biden and Buttigieg, who are both very white, hate white people. Okay, you be the judge as to which explanation is more logical.
No, also my favorite part of that last video we showed you was how he's like, I'll prove it, I'll prove it. So I'm gonna do a thought experiment now where I make up a scenario. That's not proof. I'll give you some proof though, Charlie, since you allegedly like proof, right? I remember when that disastrous hurricane struck Fort Myers, Florida, which I visited Fort Myers several times on family vacations. I have family in Florida. Love that place, devastated over what happened there. I also know that it was majority white. And guess what the federal government did immediately when that hurricane struck? Joe Biden provided the relief money, just resources pouring into Fort Myers, Florida, as it should be, okay? It wasn't about race, it wasn't about Democrats versus Republicans, it was about doing the right thing, okay? But it's interesting, I didn't hear any crying or whining from Charlie Kirk or any garbage about this manufactured race war that he's constantly going on about when it came to Fort Myers, Florida. Now, it's up to the local politicians in Ohio to call on the federal government to release resources so they can deal with this situation appropriately. Have they done that? Because I haven't seen that yet from the Republican lawmakers in the state of Ohio.
By the way, this is all over Fox News. I've now seen several segments where they're like, oh, is this political? Are the Democrats doing this on purpose? Fox News, all of right-wing media, that's another smokescreen. They never once in any of those segments said, hey, I wonder if it was a safety issue. I wonder if they shouldn't carry really dangerous or carry the chemicals that are very hazardous, but have more precautions so they don't blow up into giant mushroom clouds over Ohio.
Right.
No, never mentioned. Is it because they hate white people? Is it because they hate Republicans? It's the Democrats' fault. It's Biden's fault.
Fine, let me.
And by the way, it is Biden and Buttigieg's fault. Look at us, we're actually honest, because they're not regulating them because they take money from the same guys.
They have not reversed the deregulation that Trump implemented for the rail companies in 2020. They said they would, they haven't yet. That's a huge problem. They deserve criticism for that, okay? But I mean, turning this, it's all intentional. It's all meant to distract you. It's all meant to provide cover for the deregulation, for the profit maximization that these companies engage in. How do you go from 1 million employees at its peak to under 200,000 employees in an effort to maximize profits and claim that that has nothing to do with the insane number of train derailments that happen on a regular basis now, right? This isn't the first one. This is the one that's getting a lot of attention because of how disastrous it is, but it happens all the time. Anyway, I do want to go to one more video, and this one features Ohio Senator J.D. Vance. Let's hear what he has to say.
Now, we know if you listen to Secretary Buttigieg today that they are focused more on whether we have too many white men in construction jobs than he is on the fundamentals of his job, which is ensuring we have a viable transportation infrastructure in this country. And unfortunately, my constituents in East Palestine have been some of the main victims of the fact that we have failing infrastructure in our country, again, after spending tons of money in an effort to actually fix it.
J.D. Vance, a senator from Ohio who spoke about the disastrous train derailment in East Palestine 10 days after it happened. Okay, that was the first time he had actually addressed it publicly, but purports to care about it so much. So let me ask him, has he reached out to the federal, I mean, he's part of the federal government. Has he reached out to his colleagues? Has he reached out to the Biden administration to ensure that FEMA allocates the necessary resources so the folks in East Palestine, Ohio are safe? Has he?
Okay, so J.D. Vance is a crook, obviously. So again, he's going to deflect from corporations. Interestingly enough, reporters asked about that comment to the Republican governor of Ohio, Mike DeWine, and he just answered, this just happened. He said, look, the president called me and said, anything you need. Oh, so I guess what happened to the president's not doing anything about this now?
I thought the president was too woke and was blinded by his wokeness.
So we're criticizing Biden and his administration for not being aggressive about regulating these industries because we think they take money from corporate interests, et cetera. But when the disasters happen, they definitely rush in and they don't go, oh, as Fox News claimed, it's because it's a Trump county. Okay, or it's a white county, et cetera. But meanwhile, they asked Mike DeWine and he says, oh no, the president called me right away and said, whatever you need, okay? But he continued. I have not called him back after that conversation. I will not hesitate to do that if we're seeing a problem or anything, but I'm not seeing it.
The governor said that.
That's the Republican governor, yeah.
Well, what's wrong with him? Does he hate white people?
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he hates white people and he hates Trump County that voted for him. Okay, it doesn't have to make sense because they figured out our audience doesn't care about logic or facts. So we can just say anything we want. Soon they'll blame Dr. Seuss and Mr. Potato Head and the M&M characters and their audience will believe it. No, it's corporations. It doesn't mean they shouldn't exist. It just means the government is supposed to protect us from them as well as other humans. You can't rob us if you're a human, but why can you rob us and cause us all this damage if you're a corporation? That's because this entire system has been set up to protect corporate rule.
All right, we are going to take our next break, but when we come back, big news for Senator Dianne Feinstein out of California. So we'll talk about what her plans are for the future. And later in the show, we'll also discuss a Democratic lawmaker who was assaulted in an elevator in DC. What is she calling for now as it pertains to criminal justice reform and public safety? That and more in the second hour of the show. See you then.
Sexual anarchy. My.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
300 million is a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world. We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts? Young Turks has just passed another milestone, 20 billion views. Damn. All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Billy B. Taylor. What do you know? Billy says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Jenkins Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
Here at the Young Turks, we do our best to bring you the most essential news stories of the day, but we can't cover everything in a 2-hour show. And for the rest, I recommend Ground News. Founded by a former NASA scientist, Ground News uses a revolutionary system that analyzes where the news is coming from and gives you complete transparency on the potential biases these sources may have. That way, you can read between the lines of media bias and break free from the corporate media agenda. In arming you with the context and transparency, you'll have everything you need to think critically about the news and build responsible media literacy for yourself and others. With Ground News, you're not just mindlessly consuming the media, you're part of a movement that is working to hold them accountable and get straight to the facts. Break through the filter bubbles, the propaganda, and the bias, and subscribe to Ground News today.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
Sexual temptation.
Oh, can't let that happen.
Dweeb. Sexual temptation. Oh.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. It's our 21st birthday today. We're gonna have a giant show about it in about an hour. You guys will love it. All of our hosts will be here, so stay right here. Paige Meredith just became a member. We appreciate you, Paige. And Benjamin GL wrote in with a powerful message on Super Chat. So I'm just gonna read that one and I'll save the rest of you. And thank you for your generosity, everybody. Really appreciate it. And I'll read it in the next social break. But Benjamin wrote in, one of my best friends goes to MSU and was there minutes before the shooting. It was the third school shooting she was involved with. Her and her family are conservative and they still think guns aren't the problem despite being scared of shootings. 3 mass shootings and they still think no, guns are A-okay. What are you gonna do?
I just don't get it.
It's amazing, it's amazing. Okay. Benjamin, thank you for sharing that. We really appreciate it. All right, Anna.
All right, Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein has just announced that she will no longer run for re-election in 2024, which is a pretty major moment in history because she was non-committal to not running in 2024. Now, there are already talks about who will run for her position. Now, she says in a statement, I'm announcing today I will not run for re-election in 2024, but intend to accomplish as much for California as I can through the end of next year when my term ends. She has accomplished a lot for herself during her time in the Senate, including increasing her net worth by $200 million. Public servant. Let me continue. She also says, I campaigned in 2018 on several priorities for California and the nation, preventing and combating wildfires, mitigating the effects of record-setting drought.
No, if you tried all that, you totally failed.
Jesus Christ, I would not list these things because every single thing that she has listed has been a failure. Responding to the homelessness crisis.
Wow.
And ensuring all Americans have access to affordable, high-quality health care. To be fair,
that's not even true.
Well, to be fair, California does have a good Medicaid program. I remember when I was a kid and my parents didn't have money for health care, it was called Healthy Families back in the day and it was excellent. But that was the statewide program.
Yeah,
she's a federal employee.
And she's against Medicare for all. That's just nothing but a lie. But it doesn't really matter because she didn't write that statement.
Exactly.
We'll get to who actually wrote it in a second.
Congress has enacted legislation on all of these topics over the past several years, but more needs to be done and I will continue these efforts.
What legislation? What are you talking about?
I just want to reiterate, she increased her net worth by $200 million as a public servant.
Yeah.
That says a lot.
And she didn't go in a billionaire, so it wasn't like, oh, she had 1.2 billion and now it's 1.4 billion. No, her family somehow, it's always a coincidence. Anytime you talk to a reporter in America, whenever it's a powerful person, oh, it's a coincidence. Or campaign contributors got everything they ever wanted from her? Coincidence. She personally got $200 million? Coincidence. Huh, well, a lot of coincidences with Dianne Feinstein. What you're gonna see about her retirement from now on in mainstream media is, what a legendary figure Dianne Feinstein. Okay, does she accomplish so much? And then so I always read the articles and I go, because I know the facts. Okay, what was so much that she accomplished? Over 30 years, okay? Assault weapons ban, super happy about it. She was part of the people that did that. You know why? Because she was involved in one of the worst, like one of the most historic shootings in American history, where Harvey Milk, the great LGBTQ fighter and mayor in San Francisco, was shot and killed. So that affected her personally. She's like, whoa, let's do something about this, okay? It's the CIA spying. She revealed some of their spying, which was great. I'm happy about it. You know why? Because they spied in on her. And she even said it. We covered it on the Young Turks at the time. She's like, oh, well, before when you're spying on Americans, what's the big deal? But now senators, you do this to me, how dare you? So all of a sudden she cared. 2 things in over 30 years, and only because they personally affected her. And so that is a miserable record. But wait a minute, is that all she did? No, the crimes of omission in mainstream media is far worse. They don't tell you that she voted for giant tax cuts for the rich when Republicans were in charge. They don't tell you that she voted for the Iraq war. They don't tell you that her voting record is actually, weirdly, for one of the most progressive states in the country, California, one of the most conservative voting records you'll ever find on the Democratic side. her voting record is so conservative that it's to the right of where I was when I was a liberal Republican growing up in the 80s and 90s. I mean, it's so conservative economically to the hilt. Yet you will see now all of these great pronouncements of what a great Democratic left-wing liberal leader she was, a historic figure. And finally, and we're going to tell you what's actually going on in a second. Finally, they say, and you have to remember, she's a woman. Wow, okay, she's like 50% of the population. Okay, well, but I didn't know she was that historic. Okay, if you're a woman who's a trendsetter and you actually fight for us and you fight for other women, then I love you. If you're a woman who's just a corporate stooge, I don't give a goddamn that you're a woman.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Now, in terms of why she's really stepping down, I'm sure most people know this, but for those who don't, she has been experiencing cognitive decline. It's been in the news. Even some of her own staffers have spoken to the press about this, of course, with the protection of anonymity. But Christian Hall tweeted the following. Asked by reporters about her announcement to resign, Senator Feinstein says, quote, "If I haven't made that decision, I haven't released anything." A staffer then told the senator that a statement had been released. Feinstein responded saying, quote, "I didn't know they put it out."
No, she's gone, guys. Yeah. Like, people report talking to her 1 minute, getting an answer, the next minute getting a different answer because she already forgot. By the way, it's on tape. We've seen her do it in hearings. She'll read a statement and then just a little while later, she'll reread the statement because she forgot she just read it. So they've been propping her up all this time. And we're the bad guys for pointing it out. Look at her. They're like, all right, Anna, you're finally retiring. She's like, no, I'm not. Well, what's going on? And look, I feel terrible for her in this state. I don't feel terrible for her career. Her career was miserable. Every mainstream media reporter kissing her ass is lying to you. She's deeply conservative, was a terrible senator, okay? But now she's in massive mental decline. Please, somebody get her out of there. But no, they won't do it. Democrats need that seat. We're gonna pretend that she's totally fine mentally.
Democrats are gonna have that seat, right?
I know.
It's not, but hold on. But I disagree with you to some extent, Cenk, because if she were to step down before her term is up, Gavin Newsom gets to appoint the next senator for that seat. I'm not a fan of Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom destroyed this state. Yeah, I said it. Gavin Newsom destroyed this state. The idea that Gavin Newsom is planning to run for president is the most hilarious thing in the world for me because he is the most target-rich environment imaginable. There's endless video footage of like how disastrous things are in California. Homeboy thinks he's a winner. Anyway, I don't want him appointing.
I know. So luckily he screwed up. So here's the situation. Look, guys, if we just cared about our side winning, meaning progressives, right? We wouldn't want Gavin Newsom appointing anyone. He's a huge corporate Democrat. The chance of him appointing another corporate stooge is gigantic. And that would give them an enormous advantage over a progressive like Katie Porter who's running for that race. So, but our job isn't to be that. Our job in this context is to do honest news reporting for you guys. Dianne Feinstein is in mental decline. There's no question about it. So she shouldn't be there. So that's reality, okay? Whether it's advantageous to us or disadvantageous to us, that's still reality. Okay, now having said that, the part that he screwed up, Newsom, is he did this grandstanding because they knew they were just gonna wheel her in and wheel her out and they were gonna just keep her there and give it. And now her staffers are the ones who put out the statement. Her staffers are the ones that are voting in favor of corporations every single time. The whole system is set up for corruption. So Gavin Newsom said, well, if I was gonna replace her, this was a little while back, I would of course very strongly consider an African-American woman for that role. Did I get credit in the right demographics? Because I want to run for president, I need to win South Carolina. Got it, it doesn't matter because we're not gonna replace her. Oops. So now it's super obvious what her state is. And the obvious African-American woman choice is Barbara Lee. The problem is Barbara Lee's kind of progressive. So, now he's stuck. Now he could say, I was just kidding. I meant Adam Schiff, isn't he a black woman? Because he's the most corporate Democrat there is in California. So they all want him. Newsom wants him. Everybody that's in power wants Adam Schiff, okay? So now they're in a tight situation. Now if he screws over Barbara Lee and picks Adam Schiff or someone like Adam Schiff, well, that's gonna cost them. But is it? Because corporate media will probably pretend he never even said it.
Maybe they will. I just really don't want him appointing someone.
I don't either.
I don't trust him at all.
But the reality is Dianne Feinstein has no idea what's going on. And by the way, it's not just the Democratic Party. This is the twist, okay? So corporate media is covering for it. That's not surprising either, right? They love the powerful. So they're ass-kissing machine over in corporate media. So that's all of it, mainstream media. But right-wing media is not going after her. You know what they do to Biden on mental decline, dementia, etc. And none of the Republicans have complained. Is that weird? That seems weird, right? You know why? Because on the only issues they care about, economic issues, she's on their side. That's why they haven't said a peep about Dianne Feinstein.
So we'll see what happens. It seems like she is like hell-bent on serving the rest of her term. I think that's likely to happen, but we'll fill you guys in as that story develops. For now though, why don't we move on to our next story?
A police affidavit says after Craig said good morning to Hamlin, he followed her into an elevator, trapped her, and demanded to go inside her apartment.
That was the moment that fight or flight kicked in.
Police say Hamlin punched Craig in the face, grabbed her by the shoulder and collarbone and near her neck.
All I could do was throw my coffee over my shoulder, which startled him.
That was Democratic Congresswoman Angie Craig from Minnesota, who was unfortunately assaulted in the elevator of her DC apartment building. Now, in last Thursday's incident, a police affidavit said that the perpetrator demanded that Craig let him into her apartment shortly after 7 a.m. so that he could use her bathroom, and then proceeded to attack her after she refused. The experience has left her wondering why the perpetrator, who does have a pretty long criminal record and is a repeat offender, is free to assault women like this. In fact, here are some more details on what happened.
Angie Craig says she spotted Kendron Hamlin, a man police believe to be homeless, in the lobby of her apartment complex last week. According to police, he was acting erratic, as if he was under the influence of an unknown substance. The encounter happened just after 7 in the morning when Craig bought her morning coffee. A police affidavit says after Craig said good morning to Hamlin, he followed her into an elevator, trapped her, and demanded to go inside her apartment.
That was the moment that fight or flight kicked in.
Police say Hamlin punched Craig in the face, grabbed her by the shoulder and collarbone and near her neck.
All I could do was throw my coffee over my shoulder, which startled him. But as soon as he regained, he came back toward me. And again, it was only until we got to the floor the elevator was headed to that I was able to escape.
When police tracked down Hamlin, they say he kicked an officer and bit a detective.
Now, he has been taken into custody and he's being held without bond. I have more details about him in just a moment, but Cenk, I want to give you an opportunity to weigh in.
Something that drives me crazy about all politicians is nothing's ever important until it happens to them.
1000%.
Okay, so
1000%.
Okay, like crime wasn't important for Democrats. They were like, oh, it's no big deal, no big deal. As Republicans used, that was their main go-to move, right, during the elections. And they realized it late too, because they didn't care either until they realized, oh, it might be a political advantage, right? And so the Democrats are like, no big deal, no big deal. All of a sudden she gets attacked. She's like, did you know how bad crime is? Yeah, we do know. And that's why we've been trying to do something about it. Because the progressive position is justice for everyone, including victims of crime. We don't want people out there getting punched in the face and dragged into their apartments, because that's crazy, okay? So look, guys, there's fentanyl and meth everywhere. So they're like, oh, he was acting erratic on a drug of some sort. Of course. It's a giant number of people that act that way, unfortunately, and we've got to have an actual plan for it, but no one does.
Yeah, exactly. So, there is a problem, and we all know it, right? We see it in the numbers of Americans who die every year from drug overdoses. There's a very real drug problem in this country. It's certainly overrepresented in the homeless population. Some of these drugs, including what's referred to as biker meth, makes them paranoid in some cases, hallucinate, and carry out acts of violence under the influence of that drug. Now, in this case, I don't know if he was under the influence of a substance. They're speculating that. I think it's important to be clear that it's speculation. We don't have any confirmed details on whether or not he was on any drugs. We do know, though, that he has a history of being violent, and that has led to the lawmaker wondering, well, why is he allowed to be out harming other people? I'll talk about that in just a moment, but here are the details. So Kendrick Hamlin, 26 years old, is due to appear in federal court in Washington on Monday to face charges that he struck Craig in the face with a closed fist when she refused to let him into the apartment. And as I mentioned earlier, he's being held without bond. Now, a CBS News review of court records shows nearly a decade worth of criminal cases involving him. He is, there have been instances where he has, gotten physical with police officers and things like that. According to a police affidavit, for instance, last November, Hamlin was spotted by Capitol Police lying on the ground on a sidewalk near the Capitol and taken to a hospital for medical care. The affidavit said Hamlin became combative with police while leaving the hospital and bit one officer, spit blood on others, and kicked another in the groin. Court filings indicate Hamlin pleaded guilty in the case and was sentenced to serve 35 days in jail. He was scheduled to be released about 2 weeks before the alleged attack against Craig. But look, guys, for anyone who thinks like, okay, well, maybe it's because DC passed some sort of criminal justice reform and that's having a negative impact. That's actually not the case in DC. So the city council in DC had tried to reform their criminal code, which hasn't been reformed in over a century. I'm not kidding. The mayor, Muriel Bowser, vetoed it, and then they voted on it again in the city council to override her veto. However, since it's DC and since Congress has oversight of DC, House Republicans blocked the reformed criminal code. So if you want to pin this on criminal justice reform, that hasn't happened at all in DC. Yeah. But it does beg the question, what do you do when you have someone who's a repeat offender who carries out acts of violence and harm people?
Yeah, so guys, let's go through the wrong answers. So right wing will look at this and go, race. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, white people are also on dangerous meth, fentanyl, etc. And you see it all over the country. And in fact, unfortunately, it's a majority white because it's a majority white country. And then you'll have libertarian leftists. That's apparently a thing now, okay? Who will say, no, these people deserve #freedom. What? Like, no, we shouldn't put them in prison. No, we should definitely put them in prison. Okay, it's a weirdly libertarian right-wing position pretending to be a left-wing position, okay? So no, we don't agree to that.
Can I just weigh in on that real quick, Cenk? So just to be fair and generous to what their interpretation is, they say, no, the criminal justice system, especially the carceral system, is not the way to go. They believe in addressing root causes and restorative justice. But root causes are not being addressed. And what do you do when acts of violence occur as we work out the root causes? You get what I'm saying?
And guys, this restorative justice is like you're projecting your mental wellness onto others, okay? You think that, if I just get him in a room, I'll talk him out of it. No, if you get him in a room, he's gonna punch you in the face because he's either high or he's got some other mental health issues. Normal people don't do that, okay? So you need to get him other help. I'm not saying, you crush him, you punish him. No, but we gotta help him. So like when you put him into the system, but you gotta have him in the system. You can't say, let him roam around, because that's crazy, okay? So, but once you get him in the system, if it turns out strict, give him treatment for drugs, give him health treatment, right? If it turns out it's a mental health problem, give him mental health treatment. But you have to have him confined. You can't have him doing that to other people. So then, what is the right answer? And then right wing will say, don't do police reform. No, guys, police beating the crap out of or shooting unarmed black people have nothing to do with this. Those are two separate issues. Police don't have to assault everyone in vicious ways in order to get their job done. So you could reform that and still say, yes, people should go to prison and we should have police. So when some portions of the left say defund the police, I don't get it. If you mean what I just said, mental health, drug addiction, etc. facilities, great, then we agree, but don't call it defund the police. because people think that means that we don't have any police, and that's crazy. Okay, so but one more thing, Anna.
Sure,
sorry.
go ahead. Yeah.
Look, but the bottom line is, whether left, right, whatever, I haven't seen anybody with a plan to actually get dangerous people off the streets and then get them to the right avenue.
Yes, to reform them, to rehabilitate them, exactly. So like, look, those who are concerned about prisons have the right concerns. The prisons do not rehabilitate folks.
Oh, the prisons are a disaster, totally.
They absolutely need to be reformed to rehabilitate folks. First of all, I do think that there's value in taking people who pose a safety risk to others out of the public, okay? That keeps people safe. But at the same time, that doesn't mean you brutalize the individual. We should focus on rehabilitating them. Right now, the focus is we need to close prisons. No, we need to reform our prisons so they're not hellholes that torture people, so people can actually go there and be rehabilitated. And when they get out, they're able to transition back into society and live hopefully meaningful, prosperous lives, right? That's what we want.
And
that is what we need.
It's not like we don't know how to do this. There are other countries in the world. Norway has these amazing prisons, and the right wing would lose their minds. Oh, it's too comfortable, it's too this. I even look at it and I go, I don't know, that looks like it might be too comfortable. But guess what? Their recidivism rate is so low. I mean, it is a fraction of ours. That means people that are in jail commit less crime later. That means we're safer, right wing, that means we're safer, okay? So let's do the things that we know work. And by the way, Norway also doesn't go, just let them run around, see what happens. No, they get them into a facility and they get them the appropriate help, or by the way, the appropriate punishment, depending on what the circumstance is. That's a rational way to do it. That's why their system is infinitely better than ours. But God forbid anyone should do anything rational in this country.
All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we've got more news for you, including a pretty damning story involving teen girls and the prevalence of depression and suicidal ideation. So trigger warning for that story. And later we will hopefully try to lighten things up. And well, no, we'll talk about.
Well, that lined it up.
But it's the story that we were referencing earlier. What does non-consensual viewing mean? Is it a thing? Should we reject it? Come right back.
There was a fire that rose up in them.
My. Sexual anarchy.
All right, guys, back on the social break. There's so many comments, hard to get to. Guys, remember, we got a podcasting network. Check out Damage Report and all of our other shows on that on the podcasting network, wherever you get your podcasts. And watch list, has a new time. It's the lead into the Young Turks now. So 2 o'clock Pacific, 5 o'clock Eastern. Make sure you're checking that out. All right, let me go to comments on Super Chat. Happy Warrior wrote in, happy birthday. Thanks for continuing to be a positive force in my life and this world. When things seem hopeless, I remember the progressive movement gets more powerful by the day. I'm so happy to be allies in this fight. Let's keep growing together. Your handle is perfect, Happy Warrior. I mean, you probably, if you didn't have it, I might take it. Okay, so that describes me pretty well, and I love that that's how you're thinking. We gotta be hopeful, and we should be hopeful for all the reasons that I've explained in the past. And we just got to get through this very rough period. Gabby Mathis says, as a long-year watcher and a few-year member, happy anniversary, keep on. I'm old and we need more young progressive people. Gabby, much love. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for being a member. You guys make all the difference, okay? And so how do we get to 21 years? As, by the way, digital media companies are crumbling around us as we speak. It's because of you guys. You know what, we talk about being too strong. You're too strong. You make us too strong. So thank you. And if you could join by going to tyt.com/join or hit the button below the video. You guys know that. All right. Vanna and Go says, today's my birthday. Can I get a happy birthday, Vanna, from Anna and Cenk? Happy birthday, Vanna. So, and we appreciate you sharing it with us. Moon Dragon says, happy 21st. Love you both. Right back at you. And sent in $21.21 on Super Chat. Always thinking. Mohit Baki says, I'm a MSU MBA alum. The shooting is just heartbreaking. The shooter was caught on Lake Lansing Road, and I used to live in an off-campus apartment on Lake Lansing Road. Yes, we all have these stories now of when we were around mass shootings. Unfortunately, we'll now probably will have multiple stories soon for all of us. Peter Hamby says 222, but it is reality. Peter Hamby writes in, at the beginning our voices were small. We've come 21 years and influenced millions globally. Our fight is far from over. For this, my haiku, no voice is quiet, raising the volume each year. We are the Young Turks.
Yes.
Thank you, Peter. Excellent haiku. I know you do it every day, but that one was terrific, and thank you for the shout out. Shinny Gamey, unfortunately, on the shooting says, my mother-in-law would choose her guns over her kids or her grandkids. And so that's their assessment of it.
It's crazy.
But I don't doubt you, brother. Cassandra Hefton says, happy birthday to UIT and happy Valentine's Day. You're my present and my Valentine rolled into one. That is so schmoopy. We love you for it. Thank you.
It's a little sad.
Okay, and Pitchfork's Dragon says he's already started the drinking games.
Sexual temptation. Oh.
Back on TYT, Cenk, Anna, and April Young with you guys. April is an American hero. She hit the join button below the video on YouTube and became one of us. Thank you. Thank you for letting us do honest reporting. All right, Anna.
The next story has to do with self-harm and suicide. So I wanted to just kind of provide a trigger warning considering the heavy nature of what we're about to discuss. Now, a devastating study just released by the Centers for Disease Control found that teenage girls are experiencing record rates of depression, violence, and thoughts of suicide. The CDC's biennial Youth Risk Behavior Survey, which was given to 17,000 teenagers at public and private high schools across the United States in 2021, found that nearly 1 in 3 adolescent girls seriously considered suicide that year, representing an increase of 60% over the previous decade. Now, before I get to more details about the findings of this study, I just want to note the researchers did not give reasons for why this is. They didn't really explore reasons for why this is. So any reasons that we might think of are just speculation, of course. But think about the year here. It's 2021. We're talking about teenage girls. A lot of people were still at home. A lot of schools were still shut down. Students aren't able to socialize the way they would be able to if things weren't shut down. So I think about that and the importance of socializing when you're young, especially. And I think that probably played a role, but again, that's not what the study said because they didn't really give reasons for this. Let me keep going. Go ahead.
I have theories on it too.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you guys will have theories on it because the numbers are gigantic and very unsettling. So let's give you the numbers and talk about it.
So 13% of the respondents said that they had attempted suicide in the past year, while 7% of boys reported the same, and 57% of girls said they felt persistently sad or hopeless almost every day for at least 2 weeks in a row, a possible indication of the experience of depressive symptoms, according to the CDC report. This story makes me want to cry. It's so depressing.
Guys, context. So first off, the numbers are skyrocketing, okay? So this is not normal. Because sometimes you'll see a big number and go, oh, I didn't know it was that. And you'll find out that it was always that high. You're like, wow, it's just something you didn't know. No, the numbers are growing by leaps and bounds.
Yes.
13% of teenage girls didn't think about suicide, tried to commit suicide. thought about suicide is a different number, much larger. We'll get to that too. 13%, that is gigantic. That's unbelievable. 57% reporting persistently sad or hopeless. That's a huge majority of teenage girls in this country. That's like an enormous iceberg of an epidemic that nobody's talking about.
Yep.
Wow.
So just a few more details here. Kathleen Ethier, who is the director of the CDC's Division of Adolescent and School Health, says that high rates of depression and suicidal ideation among teenage girls was almost certainly linked to another finding in the survey, which is that 14% of girls reported that they had been forced to have sex, which is actually an increase of 27% since the last time the survey was taken back in 2019. The rate of sexual assault was even higher among queer teenagers, with 20% of them reporting that they had been forced to have sex. Also, rates of sexual violence more generally also increased among girls from 15% in 2017 to 18% in 2021. Right, so this graph kind of shows that increase, and so there's a lot going on, right? Again, even though this particular study doesn't give concrete reasons why the adolescents are feeling this way, you got to take into account. I mean, Cenk mentioned social media when we were at break, and I think that's also part of it. There have been completely other, like different studies that looked into the impact of social media on the mental health of adolescents, both girls and boys. But think about the insane standards of beauty that's constantly depicted on social media, how people tend to post the best side of their lives on social media, which tends to make others think that their lives are just terrible because it's not perfect and glossy like what they see on Instagram or what have you.
Yeah, so I'm a big believer in that theory, but I want to give you one more fact because it leads to a second theory. So graphic 5, among teenagers, the CDC identified as LGBTQ+, they left out the T, and so they're not in the survey. 69% reported feeling persistent sadness for at least 2 weeks in a row. 22% of LGBTQ+ adolescents said they had attempted suicide. Wow, if you include transgender people in there, the numbers will be even higher. Probably, we don't know because it's not in the poll, in the survey. But we do know from other surveys that their numbers are the highest, right? 69%, 7 out of 10 feeling despondent. 22% tried suicide. Again, gigantic epidemic. I mean, it's unbelievable, those numbers. I mean, look, okay, so this gets to the political part of it. So social media is not at all political and that's a massive problem, and some issues are political, some aren't, right? But the politics of it, there's constant attacks against LGBTQ people, including LGBTQ kids, right? Hey, you're not allowed to teach about gay people in school because they're so bad and awful and terrible, right? Transgender kids. And guys, the right wing says the #1 problem in America, and they don't say necessarily #1, but they've been addressing it as if it's the #1 problem, is transgender girls on high school sports teams.
#1 issue.
Meanwhile, 22% of LGBTQ kids are trying to commit suicide. That is an enormous number of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of kids that is such a bigger problem. That's a monumentally bigger problem, but nobody talks about it.
Right, no, you're absolutely right about that. The other thing that I hadn't really considered in terms of like the context of adolescents and what they're exposed to on a regular basis with social media is the pretty devastating, violent content in the news, right? So the viral videos, the police brutality, all of that stuff that we tend to have to watch for ourselves to be able to give you information about it on the show. Are adolescents mentally equipped to deal with that kind of brutal content every single day? Because that was one of the things that was cited in the study. As for the increase in depression and suicidal ideation, they cited isolation and disruption experienced during the pandemic, the flood of disturbing cases of racial injustice and police brutality. I don't know what we can do in response to that to help them cope with these things mentally. I can say as an adult dealing with this kind of subject matter every single day for my job, it takes a toll on you mentally. I can't imagine what it's like for a teenager.
So yes, in that regard, we've done stories about screeners and moderators, and you need those folks, and that job needs to be done. But let's say you're, let's call them screeners, for lack of a better word, on Twitter. Your job is to look at the worst part of humanity the entire day and weed it out. Because if you don't, then there'll be child porn and murder and mayhem and all these horrible videos all over every social media platform. So they have to hire tons and tons of people to go, yeah, no, that one's not allowed, not allowed, not allowed. And the ones that are not allowed are horrific. If you ever saw one or two of them, it would make you sick to your stomach, and they have to watch all of those, okay? So now guys, that stuff's all over the internet, right? You got the worst stuff that they're trying to block, but they can't block it all. Then you have the normal bad stuff. So now the mental health of those folks is a disaster. So the reason I bring it up is if you watch that stuff all day, your mental health deteriorates significantly. Imagine what it does to all of us, right? When we see, we see a fraction of what they see, right? But that deteriorates our mental health to some degree, right? So you've got that phenomenon. By the way, why is sexual assault and rape for kids going up so much? Well, there's, what you want to call them right wingers or whatever. I'm trying not to make it political, guys, but at the same time, whatever you want, label you want to attach to it. There are now influencers out there going, oh yeah, women, they want it. You should do it.
No, it's a great point.
Right?
No, that is a great point. I hadn't even considered that. But the way that young girls and women are talked about by these pickup artist types, the Andrew Tate types, the way that women are disregarded, degraded. Yeah, I'm sure that has an impact on an adolescent's mental health.
And that has two impacts. One is the sexual assaults are going massively up, so it affects potentially the boys into doing it, right? Because somebody's giving them permission. Have you met a teenage boy, right? One, very, very open to influence. Two, filled with hormones. And so somebody comes and tells them, oh yeah, you should act on those hormones. It's your right, and they'll like it, right? Does that mean every boy's gonna do it? Of course not. But does it mean a certain percentage will do it that wouldn't have done it? Yes, and you see that in the numbers, right? And then the second effect is women also see it and they think, wait, am I not worth anything? And that begins to affect them. There's been psychological studies on when you teach someone that they're inferior or bad in some ways, unfortunately, a very high percentage begin to believe it, right? And that leads to mental health problems for the girls. So, and no one is addressing any of this.
Yeah.
And it's running rampant throughout the country now.
And it's really interesting because, I've been talking more and more about the crisis with young boys and young men in the country, right? And that's definitely reflected in the data as well. Not only when it comes to depression, but when it comes to prime working age men, we're like just not even wanting to work at all, right? There's 7 million of them and they're depressed, they feel alienated, they have no friends, no one in their social group. There's something going on with our culture overall because this is not a gendered issue. Obviously it's impacting both genders here. And the other thing I was thinking about is, look, we talk often about how the prevalence of mass shootings is a disgrace in this country. The prevalence of school shootings is a disgrace in this country. We just did a story today about MSU, Michigan State University, and the mass shooting that occurred there last night. Some of the victims had already been through a mass shooting, had already survived a mass shooting, right? So how many of these students, how many of these teenagers are like constantly terrified? How many of them have experienced a mass shooting on their campus? Like there's so many things in society that I think we talk about it on a daily basis. We talk about how we need solutions, but all these things add up for kids, for teenagers.
100%. So look, and that leads to the last two parts of this. So backing up what Anna said. So first, I know my kids go through it. So I'm sure almost all your kids go through it. Now in school, they're trained. Oh, remember, you might all get murdered. So we have to practice how to not get murdered when we go to school. God forbid we should ever do anything about gun violence, and it's clearly caused by the guns, but we're not gonna do anything about that. So instead, we're gonna teach our kids, even if you don't get shot, you should be terrorized because you might get shot at any moment. And by the way, it's true. And we do have to teach them that, but that hurts. That hurts their mental health, right?
Yep.
Then you go back to social media that Anna mentioned at the beginning. Guys, it's part of human nature that we compare ourselves to the people right next to us. And that's why the rich never really get satisfied, because they live in neighborhoods with other really rich people.
And they're competing with each other.
They're competing, and so they look at it and they go, well, my neighbor's over there's got more, and that guy's got more, and his boat's bigger, right? And poor people, now the upside of that was poor people historically in human history were not that despondent. Why? Because they lived around other poor people. And so they felt like, okay, we're in the same boat here. But now, because of media, we're all in the same neighborhood. So we're all looking at the richest people in the world, the guys with the biggest boats, the biggest cars, this, that, and the other thing, the best dresses, the best jewelry, right? The best looking people, and comparing ourselves to them 24/7.
Yep.
And now all of us are going, I guess I'm not good enough.
1000%.
And if you're an adult and you've already lived a whole life, it's maybe you can cope with it. It's tough, but you can cope with it. But you layer on top of that, you're a young teenager, it is 1,000 times tougher to cope with it. And so I think that's the number one reason you're seeing these numbers. And again, we have minuscule problems if you even think they're problems, and they're talked about 24/7 in national media. We have this iceberg of a problem, and no one's even talking about, let alone addressing it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Well, we got to move on, take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about this crazy story at a liberal arts university involving an art exhibit that got shut down. Why did it get shut down? And what is non-consensual or unconsensual, non-consensual viewing?
Non-consensual viewing.
That and more coming up, don't miss it.
That's kind of nasty.
Sexual temptation. Oh.
All right, back on TYT. Hard to keep up with all the comments that are coming in. We appreciate it, guys. Two more from Super Chat. Swims with Whales says, my cousin's friend was one of the MSU victims. God,
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, but and I'm sorry to the victims of the mass shooting tomorrow and today. Remember, there's about 2 a day now, okay? And I'm sorry that we don't live in a representative democracy, and you will get no help from any of your legislators. And so that is super dispiriting, but that is the reality. Early Bird 42 says, it's -2 out. I'm listening to TYT in the snow with my horse. She licks my face, knocking off my beard circles.
Oh my God, you said horse. Okay.
Yeah.
It sounded like something else. I was like, damn.
Oh my God.
Okay,
No,
please don't use that kind of language on this show.
Okay, that would be a different situation.
Yeah.
That's kind of nasty.
Okay, you ruined a perfectly lovely thing.
It just sounded like something else. I apologize. Continue.
That's okay.
My bad.
No, I'm listening to TYT in the snow with my horse. She licks my face, knocking off my beardsicles. This is happiness. She's my big stinky princess, and I'm grateful I didn't have to rub down a billionaire to get her. Okay.
I mean, where would we be if it weren't for animals? Like, think about it.
They're definitely innocent.
Yeah, they're the best.
French Fry asks, Cenk and Anna, have you ever seen the country in this poor of a state before? I sure haven't. This is scaring the crap out of me. Guys, there's a reason for that. Because like there's this nursing home story we didn't get to but today, probably do it tomorrow, they're squeezing and squeezing the life out of us.
Yep.
Every single corporation is looking to maximize profit. In order to do that, they're squeezing the life out of us. And these are the consequences that you're seeing. But since they control corporate media, you don't even know that it's happening to you, which is driving you even crazier, right? That leads to more mental health problems. And then they gaslight you and say, no, it's not happening. No, the status quo is great. Or everybody back to work, status quo is great. So that's why you're seeing all the things that you're seeing. All right, let's go to YouTube members. Stop the stupid with a great comment. Marjorie Taylor Greene says, lazy Americans, but isn't she the one that said Congress works too much? Oh, I wish I remembered that during this story. It's exactly right.
Wait, say that again?
Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, oh, these lazy Americans, they're not working hard enough.
Yeah.
She's the one that just said 2 weeks ago, this Congress, it makes me work too much.
Oh my God, I totally forgot about that. She says so many crazy things, it's hard to keep track, but that's such a great point.
Stop the stupid, $100 Blue Apron gift card, email at rewards@tyt.com, excellent point. Cat67Cat says, I live in Lansing, Michigan, where the mass shooting happened. People are angry about this, I know. All right, Young Turks, Cenk and Anna. Cat67Cat gifted a Young Turks membership. So did the Fish Dancer on YouTube. Death Wish Cherry became a member. My Beanbag became a member. Imad Ghazi said, I remember watching TYT 15 years ago. Cenk was made up of 6 pixels. Okay.
I remember those days.
Right, so we're gonna celebrate those days in about 15 minutes. Our 21st birthday bash coming up. Some of the best and craziest clips from TYT history. You guys will love it. Casper.
All right, well, a liberal arts university just shut down an art exhibition that was branded to be too offensive because it was defying the Iranian regime and supporting the Iranian women's liberation movement. Now, I think that's a pretty good cause. And even if I didn't think that was a great cause, art is art. And I like that we should celebrate expression, right? An artist's expression in this case. Now, this all went down earlier this month at McAllister College, which is located in St. Paul, Minnesota. And here's what happened. The university's website claims that they're all about ideas and intellectual curiosity. They believe that it matters. The university also states that it has a special emphasis on internationalism, multiculturalism, and service to society. Now, keep those details in mind as I unpack what happened with this art exhibit. So last month, McAllister College opened an exhibit called, or an exhibit by the artist Taravat Telepasand, who's an Iranian American artist, okay? Now, one painting in her new mid-career survey, Taravat, incorporates Iranian banknotes whose images of Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini have been doused, I should say, with LSD. A graphite drawing titled Blasphemy X depicts a veiled woman giving her finger while lifting her robe to reveal high heels and a flash of underwear. There are sculptures of women in niqab face coverings with enormous exposed breasts. On a gallery wall, Women, Life, Freedom, the slogan of Iran's recent nationwide protests against the morality police, is written in neon, in English, and in Persian. Now, there are a few pictures of the exhibit that we're gonna show you. Here it is. So here's the Women, Life, Freedom neon sign.
That looks super offensive.
No, that's.
I hope they ban it. You gotta cancel this thing.
Then there's the sculpture that I was referencing earlier about the woman wearing the niqab, and then she has enormous breasts. Now, some students weren't happy.
That's a statue, man.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus, okay.
Now, some of the students were not happy with this exhibit. And the reason why they were not happy is because they felt that it was insulting to the women of Iran. Let me give you those details. Some Muslim students felt it made a mockery of modest Islamic dress and thus of them. They expressed their outrage, and this month, McAllister responded by temporarily closing the exhibit, and then apparently unaware of the irony, surrounding the gallery windows with black curtains. Those curtains astonished the artist, Tyt'S, the assistant professor of art practice at Portland State University, to literally veil a woman life freedom exhibition. She exclaimed to me. So she's like, what the hell, what's going on here? Now, the university was concerned about people not giving their consent to view these things. So later they opened the art exhibit up again, but they used a different method to kind of cover things up. So if students don't want to see it, they don't have to see it.
Good, oh my God, let's keep their eyes virginal.
So in late January, Macalester hosted a discussion between faculty and students, most of them Muslim, to address the issues raised by the Hamline incident. So Hamline's a completely different university, right? And in that case, the professor who ended up getting fired had shown an image of Muhammad, which offended some of the Muslim students.
And she had given ample warning, and it's by a Muslim artist. And she said, trigger warning, everything, right? And then it looks like people were looking to get offended. So they're like, go ahead, fall into our trap. And then she showed it, they're like, how dare you show a Muslim artist? I'm offended as a Muslim, you should be fired. And then the administration listened to them and fired them. It's insanity. Okay, but back to this.
Yeah, so this is again back in January at Macalester. So there, some students described being upset by Taravat. I invited them to share what emotions they were holding in their bodies, one faculty member wrote in an email.
What emotions they were holding in their bodies?
Part of which was shared by Tyt'S. They named undervalued, frustrated, surprised, disrespected, ignored, and it felt like a hit. It felt like hit after hit, okay.
Oh, just grow up.
Okay, so I agree with you. I listen, life is full of things that you're gonna disagree with. Life is going to hit you with art exhibits that you don't like, with TV shows you don't like, all sorts of things you're not into, all sorts of things that you might even be offended by. But you can't go through life expecting some official or some authoritative person to protect you, to like put you in a little bubble so you're never ever gonna experience a negative emotion. Life is about negative emotion sometimes. And you have to find ways to cope with it and move on with your life.
Okay, so guys, look, I'm on the left and I'm from a Muslim background. And have I experienced discrimination because of that? You have no idea. The art exhibit would be, wouldn't register, first of all. So one of my nicknames online is Fat Brown Buffalo, okay? Given to me by the right wing, because I'm brown, and that's by definition bad, right? They hate that I was Muslim. I'm now an atheist. Other people hate that, right? And the right wing hates me for being Muslim, whether I'm atheist or not, it doesn't matter. And by the way, the New York Times and other mainstream media, then when I talk about how, well, okay, but I grew up, I respect Islam, my whole family's Muslim, I protect Muslim American citizens on political issues nonstop, but I don't believe in Islam. The New York Times, he's offending Muslims. So I'm getting canceled in both directions. Part of my point here is to the students, look, you're not gonna get all that because you don't do an online talk show, right? You don't do a political talk show. But you're gonna get some of that, and it's gonna be way worse than an art exhibit. I need you to grow up so you're not devastated the minute you non-consensually viewed somebody being offensive to you. If you're that fragile, you're gonna fall apart the minute you walk out of the gates of the university.
I also have a problem with one group of students basically having complete control over what the rest of the students at the university get to see, right?
100%.
Now in this case, the university did eventually open the exhibit again. They took some precautions to help protect the offended students. So let me give you those details. So the black curtains came down, but they were replaced with purple construction paper on the gallery's glass entrance and frosted glass panels on the mezzanine windows, protecting passersby from unintentional or non-consensual viewing. In the words of, let me just say, I live in LA. There's a lot of non-consensual viewing that happens in Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's just, my God, how sheltered are you? I don't
know if I've gone a single day without seeing someone's genitalia without wanting to see someone's genitalia.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm not exaggerating. So
I think these people are made of glass. Anyway, but the other point that is so important is we're not going to ban artists because it hurt your feelings, okay? And that is a right-wing position. That is not a left-wing position.
Yes.
All my life I've been fighting right-wingers saying ban art, ban art. I don't like that. It offends Christianity, it offends my morals, it offends this. I'm not gonna listen to a bunch of people pretending to be left-wingers going, no, I didn't like her art. I agree with the mullahs. The mullahs are right, ban it. It offends me, it was non-consensual viewing. That is a right-wing position. No way we accept that. No, sorry. Okay, grow up and realize that there are other humans in the world and they won't agree with you. And they also have a right not to agree with you. And if that hurts your feelings, that's called life. So if they're coming after you legally, I'm here and I'm gonna fight them like you've never seen. Okay, watch Young Turks videos of when they go after Muslim Americans on the law, on banning us, on any of that, okay? We'll rip them down for you. But if you say no, other people don't get to talk, no, then you're not right. You're not, and we're gonna fight for freedom, and we're gonna fight for justice, and we're gonna fight for everybody. Okay, speaking of which, special Young Turks anniversaries right now, stay right here.
Indisputable has been named the fastest growing news TV show in the United States of America, compared to all shows on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and roughly 30 others. What do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable. Donald Trump radicalized citizens. He's the chief terrorist. Republicans still want you to think that critical race theory is the greatest evil that can happen in K through 12 education. It's not even taught. I guarantee you this, David. If he would have taken a knee during the national anthem to bring awareness to the need for more money for cancer research in America, he would not have had that response. It was the fact that he took a knee for black folk and brown folk. You rather pick the voters because you're scared of the voters picking the politicians. It frightens you. But we coming. When you are in a privileged position, equality looks like oppression to you. The Karenicity runs deep in this one. We provide a mirror for reflection and a mirror for correction.
So what if I have 35? Don't hit me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
Let's put up the graphic of this Karen in peak performance. Boom. They want anarchy so they can start creating their own rules.
Can you share with me some examples?
When they were running around during the terrorist attack on January 6th saying hang Mike Pence. So those are the people I'm talking about. That's a problem, correct? You work for Mike Pence, stand up for the guy. Do not allow the ideology of politics to evaporate the humanity that still exists inside of you. They don't stop, I don't stop. Racism won't stop, I won't stop. Systemic bias won't stop, so I won't stop. People still need health care, so I won't stop. People still need criminal justice systems reformed in this country, so I won't stop. And you won't stop either.
Universal health care, raising the minimum wage, doing something about climate change and gun violence and an unjust justice system that locks up black and brown folks. We're not going for the okie doke no more.
I think Nina Turner is the leader of the progressive movement right now.
It is absolutely a sin and a shame to be in the 21st century in America and having people who are elected to office not only try to separate us, but also use public policy to make it harder to vote.
The questions that we get asked is what you just, how you gonna pay for it? I say, oh, we gonna pay for it the same way we pay for the tax cuts. That's how we gonna pay for it. We gonna pay for it in the same way that we give military industrial complex contractors. That's how we gonna pay for it.
If standing up for universal health care or Medicare for all is wrong, Cenk, I don't want to be right. If believing that working people deserve to have paid family and medical leave is wrong, I don't want to be right. If wanting everyday people of this nation to live a good life is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
And we are being tested whether we have courage enough, conviction enough, people power enough to stand up and do what is right for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
I'm Nina Turner, and I am unbought and unbossed.
I started, TYT had already been around for 5 years.
It was very possible that it was just gonna crumble and fall apart.
Long before I started working here, I listened to years of TYT.
I came in as a college kid at SC. I was trying to get into broadcast.
I was in a family that thought we were liberal Republicans.
I wish I could sit down with people and give them the opportunity to get to know me on a deeper level.
We moved generations. Am I proud of that? Hell yeah, I am.
Get some!
Welcome to the Young Turks 21st birthday special. Da, 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 da. All right, Cenk Uygur, Kasparian, John Iadarola, representing Young Turks and Damage Report. We got more. Rashad Richey, Nina Turner, Jayar Jackson, Michael Shure, Dave Koller, among others, will join us. You'll see folks on video as well. So first, let's do a cheers for 21 years on the air.
Congratulations, everyone.
All right.
All right. Cheers to you guys for giving us a voice and letting us do our thing. I love it.
Okay, I drank too quickly before she finished the cheers. Yes.
He's now drunk.
So, yeah, seriously, we say it all the time, but the members make Young Turks possible. If it wasn't for you guys, it would have gone under a long time ago. Just reading stories about how other digital media companies are in massive trouble now. But you guys are our bulwark, you're our foundation, you are the Young Turks. And that's why a lot of people in the industry don't understand. How do you guys do it? Well, we do it because our audience is us, right? That's how we do it. Yeah. And for them, they just can't do it because they're so reliant on advertisers, et cetera. And that's a problem for them. All right, but we're gonna have fun tonight. So one of the things that we are gonna do is we're gonna do games, okay? But before we get to the games, craziest story that we covered in TYT, okay? So I have picked, John and Anna have picks. So Anna, let's start with you.
I wouldn't say craziest stories. I thought about some of the more memorable moments that really stood out to me. So there was a pivotal moment in TYT history back in 2010, I believe it was, or 2011, when Cenk was a host at MSNBC. And I hated it. I hated it. There was 1 week, and Cenk is the kind of person who doesn't leave people behind, right? So he gets this hosting gig on MSNBC, and he tries to get us all in with him. So I remember I was flown out for 1 week, and I got to experience what MSNBC was like, and I was scared. I was terrified that this is our new reality because I just didn't feel like it was the right fit for TYT. And so there was a pivotal moment when Cenk and our tiny little crew at the time went to a nearby bar because he had an announcement he wanted to share with us. And here's what I'm talking about.
Is there going to be any interesting announcement or anything today?
We do have dramatic news today.
My guess is that there's a low ball opening offer.
First of all, let me tell you something that will not go out for a long time. Monday, okay, this is totally confidential. It goes nowhere, okay? The head of MSNBC talked to me and said he heard from Washington that I'm being too harsh.
He talked about how outsiders are cool and they wear leather jackets and they ride bikes and he'd love to be an outsider, but Cenk, the reality is we're not. We're insiders. We're part of the establishment and you got to start acting like it. And I couldn't quite believe it. I sat back thinking, this is like out of a movie. Who says this stuff?
Honestly, the thing that they hate the most is when I keep saying all the politicians are corrupt, right? They're all bought. They're all bought. They hate that. They're Team Obama, man. So they hate it when I criticize Obama. Hate it.
He started to get that look, the same look that he had at the law firms, where I knew he couldn't bear it anymore. And I said, oh my gosh, he's gonna quit. Instead of quitting, he said, that's it. I'm gonna just do the show my way.
I'm not gonna listen to this. I'm gonna go balls to the wall, okay.
So he did go balls to the wall, and that didn't last, right?
Yeah, so I'll give you the background on this. So that's from Mad as Hell. It's a movie that was made about us a while back by Andrew Napier. It's a good movie, you should really check it out. And he, because he was shooting that movie, he happened to capture that moment. And so at that time, MSNBC had talked to me, and by the way, the guy in the movie that you see with his head cut off, that's not the head of MSNBC, that wasn't my executive producer, it was just used for dramatic effect. Anyways, so we don't have that on tape. If we had that on tape, that'd be amazing. Because mainstream media,
that would be great.
I know, right?
Mainstream Project Veritas when you need it.
So, of course, mainstream media immediately was like, we believe MSNBC and not you. But there I am on tape 3 months before I left MSNBC saying they gave me this speech and I'm not gonna do it, okay? And so 3 months later, I get called into the office again and they say, okay, we're gonna take away 6 o'clock from you. That's the spot Ari Melber's in now. It's a coveted spot. I just saw an article today about Ari Melber might be the future of MSNBC. So that is a super important, so that Ed Schultz used to be in it. And at that point, I had killed in the ratings, right? And I had the best ratings they had ever gotten at 6 o'clock. And I was the only MSNBC host to beat Fox News in any demographic. I was beating them in 18 to 34-year-olds, right? And so I said, Phil, it's not the ratings, right? Because he can't say it's the ratings, we all see it, right? And he's like, no, Cenk, it's not the ratings. And I'm like, am I a troublemaker personally, like at the office, anybody? No, everybody likes you, right? And I'm like, okay, so you're moving me to the weekends. He said, I'm gonna move you to the weekends. And by the way, double your salary. Interesting, okay.
Move me to the weekend.
So I asked him a question, it was, I know, right? Still to this day, I'd be like, oh.
Sunday, please.
Right, that was over a decade ago and I'd like to get there. Anyway, and so I said to him a question with a purpose. I said, okay, if that's all true, what could I possibly do on the weekends to get back into a prime daily position? And he just sat there for like the most awkward minute of anyone's life because he hadn't thought about it. He's like, I'm doubling your salary and you don't have a choice. Where are you gonna go? Somewhere outside of cable news, we're everything, right? And so he hadn't bothered to come up with an excuse. And it's because I knew it was because of that speech and how they didn't like that I was challenging politicians, right? But Phil, being not the brightest bulb, then talks after this blows up and I go, no, I don't want it. I don't want the weekend job. You can keep the salary, you can keep it. I'm going back to LA. I'm still doing Young Turks anyway, I never let it go. So I'm just gonna go back to doing the Young Turks. He's like befuddled by it, but he goes out there and then they leak bad ratings that I had. And this was funny, from 3 months prior when Fukushima had happened and Osama bin Laden raid had happened. And those are huge CNN stories. So all of CNN had spiked up and MSNBC had spiked down. Without giving the context, they're like, oh yeah, look at Cenk's ratings from February or March.
From 3 months ago.
Right, et cetera. And, but he said and the New York Times reporter who wrote about it and seemed to write it in a way where he seemed to say MSNBC was right, was Brian Stelter, okay? But Phil screwed up, and even in the midst of saying, oh no, it had nothing to do with that. We were just having trouble getting access to guests. You schmuck, you just admitted it.
100%.
You just said, we'd like to cater to the powerful and Cenk doesn't cater to the powerful. We're having trouble getting them on our shows. And so we're firing him because the powerful don't like him.
And why would you ever have a guest on who isn't already powerful? Those are the only people that matter.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, look at all those admissions in that tiny little statement he gave to Stelter. And Stelter, by the way, didn't even notice. Okay, didn't even notice that would be a bad thing in journalism.
Okay, so back to me,
Sorry.
as you like to say. No, guys,
I just wanted to give you guys context.
So I wanted that to be the moment that I presented in this anniversary special because every once in a while, actually pretty regularly, I get comments, tweets, whatever from people who are like, why are you, go do your own thing. Why are you at TYT? Go do your own thing. No, I'm at TYT because Cenk is worth working for, okay? Because he
I'll convince you someday.
You're all right, right? No, but don't downplay it, okay? Because you did something that I'm not sure anyone else would be able to do. Your values and your principles meant more to you than $1 million contract. Don't hide the number, Uygur. Okay, that's serious.
Ooh.
And you walked away from that into the, let's keep it real, the uncertainty of digital media and the trials and tribulations of digital media, because your values and your principles mattered more to you than the money did, than the fame did, than the, all the special treatment you get for being a cable host did.
Yeah.
And that was everything to me. So I wanted to really celebrate that and give you endless kudos for that, and make sure that the audience knows, because a lot of our audience members are newer. They joined the audience like after this all happened, and they might not be privy to what Cenk literally gave a middle finger to in order to basically deliver the truth to you guys. So
thank you, Anna. That's incredibly sweet. I really, really, really appreciate it. And but look, I'll tell you one thing: is definitely the right decision. Nothing like being free. So on top of everything else, first of all, I didn't get into this to not do honest news. So what's the point? I could have just stayed a lawyer. I could have gone into real estate, which my dad was in. I could have done all these things if money was a goal. So if you're gonna say do the news but don't do it honestly, no deal, no thank you. I've got no interest. But secondarily, when you have to be someone else's servant in a sense and do as they tell you, whether it's right or wrong, then what are you doing it for, right? And you gotta do it, you gotta do it. I hear you, right? And that happens a lot, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't have to do it because I had you guys. And so look, and I know I'm corny, but I mean it 1000%. When other hosts are given that ultimatum, they don't really have a choice. There's no radio left anymore. That industry's destroyed for talk show hosts, right? And at the time, YouTube had just kind of barely started, right? It was around 2011, and YouTube had started at the end of 2005. It'd only been around 6 years. There was no Facebook presence. There was no the rest of social media, etc. And so, like, if that ultimatum came to any of the hosts on MSNBC now or CNN, well, it's the end of their careers if they say no. And so that's a hell of a thing. Yeah. But for me, I knew we had members. And I knew that we weren't gonna be rich and it was gonna take a long time and I knew it was gonna be a struggle, but I knew you had my back. And so since you had my back and we could go back and just build it, right? And that I wasn't gonna fall off a cliff, that gave me the courage to do that. So you were my safety net. So if you see me being corny on air about how much we value the members, it's 100% real. And if it wasn't for you guys, we couldn't have even survived that moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and all you were being asked to do explicitly was go to the weekend. I mean, there was some implicit stuff about stop challenging or whatever, but they weren't asking you to do much, and you didn't sell out for that. I mean, there are people that we see that go all the way to the right. Like they'll go way further for less money. And so, there's always gonna be accusations thrown around about people selling out or whatever. And people love to talk about that as if it's hypothetical. You've already been tested, you've already gone through it.
100%.
Like
100%.
It would have been really easy.
Yep.
But anyway, yeah, no, it's an amazing moment.
And it's last thing about it. When they also told me to tone it down. Normally they wanted to protect Democrats and Obama. I wrote about this in the book, Justice is Coming. You could actually get it pre-ordered if you want, tyt.com/justice. But one of the things was after Obama gave a speech and I was criticizing him because he honestly talked out of both sides of his mouth. They were like, don't do that. And they're like, I'm like, what? I can't criticize the president of the United States. They're like, sure you can. You just have to be respectful and wait a certain length of time. And you know me, not just because I'm a wise ass, but because I'm like, okay, well, let's figure it out. What length of time? Should I wait an hour? Because it was the speech just happened and I'm live on the air after the speech. I'm not even on in an hour. Do I wait a day? Do I wait a week? And again, they'd never been asked this question because it means shut up, otherwise we don't pay you, right? And so I'm not gonna tell you who said it, but one of the hosts there was like, well, maybe 2 days or so. And I was like, so until it's out of the news cycle. And then when I go to say it, you'll say it's out of the news cycle, okay? And then, but it wasn't just Democrats. I yelled at a former Republican congressman who wanted to cut Social Security. If you're an MSNBC viewer, you don't want Social Security cut, right? I'm fighting for you. They're like, we didn't like your tone.
Was that the guy you told to shut up?
No, that was on TYT.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, that was on TYT. You're right. Yeah.
So if I did not on MSNBC, they'd have lost their minds. How could you tell someone powerful to shut up? That is an outrage. People would not like that. I'm like, are you kidding me? They love it. You don't like it. Anyway, so now let's make fun of me. Okay, so I'm going to show you, before I get to you, John, I'm going to show you one of my favorite clips. We're going to go to the Tata clip because it makes fun of me. So we got to switch it up here.
Is that legal in Florida now?
I have layers to this story. But first, by the way, our favorite drinks are on tyt.com/cheers. Don't drink and drive, be responsible. But if you're responsible and you're at home, go make one of the drinks. Drink with us. We're 21 now. We're all legal, okay? And so here's the General Tata clip.
We're going to begin it with Brigadier General, retired Anthony Tata. He's also the author of Rogue Threat. General Tata, welcome to the Young Turks.
Hi, how are you guys doing? It's Tata, actually. It's one of those good Italian names. So,
okay. For a guy named Cenk Uygur, I should be better with people's names. All right.
No, hey, I've been called worse, trust me.
And you go by General Tata?
I go by Tony or whatever anybody wants to call me.
My absolute favorite moment in that clip is the look on your face when he corrects you.
That was a funny look.
So good.
It was not really apologetic. You were perfectly fine with what happened.
No, seriously. That look looks like I'm thinking, what are you correcting me for? What's the big deal?
No.
I think that
you look embarrassed. Like you.
A little bit embarrassed, but a little bit like that's close enough to Tata.
Okay. That's funny. See, those are two interpretations. So what was the reality? The best of my recollection was that look was like, I can't believe I screwed it up again. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
I've done it.
Okay,
I've done it.
But I have two defenses as it turns out, okay?
Okay.
All right, so number one, Brigadier General retired Tata wound up going into the Trump administration.
Yes, he did. He did.
And he was such a nut that they couldn't get him confirmed. But of course, Trump did the usual acting. What do we have here? Deputies, Undersecretary of Defense. That's a really high level position, okay? So how was Tata, if you will, a lunatic? He thought that Barack Obama was Muslim, of course, and that he was a terrorist, that he was a terrorist leader looking to undermine the country from within. And there's like 20 other lunatic comments like that. At the time, I don't know that he's a lunatic, right? He was just an author, he's writing all these books. His books are hilarious, they all have the same name, and they're all threat. Here's book 1, sudden threat. Book 2, rogue threat. Book 3, hidden threat. Book 4, mortal threat.
I like sudden threat, but I thought the rest of them, everything was so gradual.
So I'm glad I got his name wrong. Okay, take that, Brigadier General Tata.
Tata for now, until he becomes a senator.
Yeah, I know. To wait for it. So second defense, I was like, how did Tata get stuck in my head? And we did this clip once before on his show. And I thought it was because I had watched an adult movie called Bodacious Tatas.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Didn't help.
when I was younger, okay? No, it's because the first celebrity guest ever on TYT was Joe E. Tata.
Really?
Yes.
That was your first ever guest?
Yes,
Who is that?
He's the actor who was the owner of the Peach Pit on Beverly Hills 90210.
His last name?
Joe E. Tata.
That's his name?
Yes, and I looked it up because I was like, how did it get in my head? I know it's not the other thing. And then I was like, oh my God, it's Joey Tata.
No, I mean, look, Brigadier's name is Tata, right? But he's big man, strong man, can't be called Tata, and that's why he wants it pronounced Tata.
Yeah. So Joey Tata, by the way,
that's a real man, by the way.
Yeah, he is. That was a great guest. So I met him at a bar that we just started the Young Turks. It's still in my living room. I invite him on, right? I'm like, oh, you're the owner of the Peach Pit, right? He's like, oh yeah, that's right. And so I was like, oh, you want to come on? We have a Sirius satellite radio show. Would you like to come on? And he's like, oh, I don't know what that is. And because it's so young, so new at the time, I explained to him. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll come in. He comes in and he realizes it's a 1-bedroom, crappy apartment, right? And they live there, right? He sees my couch, my TV and everything, right? And I'm there, probably Dave is there, Ben is there. And he
all
looks
in
around,
robes.
Probably Jesus too. That's right. And he looks around, and then like tentatively sits down.
I'm
right?
gonna die, I guess.
Yeah. No, he said that. I don't remember exactly, but I think he said at the end, he's like, "Oh, you guys are great." But when I first came in, I thought I was gonna die. By the way, to give you a sense of how much money there was in media, I asked him, so could you just retire off of the money you made on 90210? Let's be honest, as a character actor, right? Side actor. And he's like, oh yeah, I never have to work again.
Oh,
okay.
That's amazing.
Great. It's awesome.
Okay, by the way. Okay, now the sad part, as I was looking him up yesterday for this, he passed away last year.
Oh, sad.
So, Joey, we love you. Thank you for having, for having the courage to come on the show that nobody knew, right? All the way back, literally now 20, 21 years ago.
Wow.
In my living room. So we love the other Tata. All right, John, what's your clip?
Okay, so I will throw to the video in a second. I don't know exactly what the content of the video is, but this isn't like the most amazing news story that we discussed, but it's one of the most amazing individual elections I think that we've covered. We've covered many, many elections across many cycles, and there have been a number of surprises, but generally they go sort of the way that you expect they will. And if you're a progressive and you're backing a progressive candidate, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be disappointed. And in the 2018 cycle, I remember Cenk committed to, we are going to cover every primary. We don't care if it's 5 races or 1 race. We don't care if it's a small thing. We are going to make sure people stay focused on these primaries. And so I joined you for basically all of them. And a lot of times it was just me and you covering it, and it was loss after loss after loss. And it was so depressing. And then finally, we entered a night where we're like using false bravado to have fun, but we know in our gut the way that this race is going to go. Except hold up, maybe it's not gonna go that way. Let's take a look. So in the 14th, with 4% reporting, still very early, it's 51.8 to 48.2.
Whoa, we got a race
on our hands.
We got a race.
I mean, it probably doesn't even matter who's in the lead, right? Alexandria Ocasio, Cortez.
Oh God!
It's only 4%. It's only 4%. So it has jumped up by 20%. First of all, I have multiple results, but let's start with the 14th. I do have bad news though for Joe Crowley, because with 51% of the vote, she has expanded her lead to 58.1% to 41.9%. She's up by 2,200 votes.
Oh God, that's unbelievable. Unless there's something really wrong here, she now stands an excellent chance of winning.
57.6% to 42.4%.
I'm calling it. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the winner, defeating Joe Crowley, the #4 Democrat in the House. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him. We got him.
Down goes Crowley.
Down goes Crowley.
Down goes Crowley.
Down goes Crowley.
Tonight he's eating crow.
John.
That's how you end it. Anyway, and then later on in the night, it was finally, not to say that you're not an actual caller, it was actually called and we freaked out because even up to that point, I was just expecting, well, this is nice for now. This is fun, but I know where this is going. It's gonna flip, and it didn't.
Yep.
We won one. Young, first-time candidate comes in with almost no press coverage, almost no acknowledgement that the primary is even happening, and takes out the #4, I think at that point, Democrat in the House. Just like we had come off of 2016 with the big loss of Bernie, and then Donald Trump is president. It's like, what the hell is gonna happen? And then here comes AOC, and it was just such an exciting election. Now we have the context of like an additional 5 years, and there's been other great wins since then, and we have more to look forward to. But at that point, it was just so needed. And it being so close and us getting to track it in real time with the audience, and everyone was so excited. That was just one of those standout election nights.
Yeah, so I'll give you context behind that one. On election night in 2016, Ida reminded me of this story. Ida Rodriguez was on with us, and she said, "Cenk, what do we do now?" And I said, "Now we fight." And I wound up hatching a plan with some of the Bernie Sanders staffers to start an organization called Justice Democrats. And so I named the group, I pulled the guys together, we started it. You saw us start it right here on TYT. I did the announcement because part of the reason we did it on TYT is mainstream media didn't care. We pitched it to them and they're like, oh, bunch of Bernie people in that TYT. There's no way you guys are gonna win anything. Don't care, okay? No coverage. To be fair, there was one guy who did cover it at one point, and that was Dave Weigel from the Washington Post. At the time at the Washington Post, now he's a 7-4. And so, and then Ro Khanna came on the show and became a Justice Democrat on the air, which was amazing. I didn't think the incumbents would do it. It took tremendous courage of him to do it because we were gonna primary incumbents. So he was taking a big risk. But the part I want to tell you about is, Shurkat Chakrabarti, who ran the group, who was the former Bernie staffer, called me one day and said, Cenk, the answer is Alex. And so that's what we used to call her back then, okay? It's this Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's it, okay? So cover her as much as you can, and I'm gonna switch from being executive director of Justice Democrats to running her campaign, okay? And he took Corbin Trent and Alexandra Rojas, who were all the critical parts of Justice Democrats, and moved them to the AOC campaign. I was like, Shurkat, that's the ballsiest move I've ever seen, right? So I hope to God you're right, because if she doesn't win, all of our chips are on that table, right? Yeah. Then we're in a lot of trouble if she doesn't win. Nobody's ever been more right than Shurkat was, okay? And so at that point, we had mentioned her 34 times on air, 34 different videos, okay? We had covered her more than the rest of the media combined times 3, 4, 5 or so, right? And so, and I had even done a segment called Alexandria the Great before she won the primary, when everybody thought she was totally irrelevant. This is one of my favorite things that's also in the book, Justice Coming. They asked Crowley about whether one of Crowley's assistants, staffers, on whether she was a real threat. She laughed, the staffer did, and said, no, she'll get 10% and work at the Young Turks. Oops. If Crowley had not lost, right now he'd be the Speaker of the House. He was in Hakeem Jeffries' position, maybe, right? And he was being groomed to be the Speaker of the House. And that night, like, I had a different point of view than you did. You thought progressive, we lost all these things, we're likely to lose. I knew all of our chips were on the table with AOC.
I hadn't really seen any polling. I had interviewed her actually the day before. She came on to talk about some of the stuff going on at the border. And it was just such a great interview that, like, I had this period of like, God, why aren't people like this in Congress? And so I was just so ready to lose that day because it seemed too good to be true. So that's maybe why I was a little bit.
Well, your instincts weren't wrong. I forget if it was 4 weeks or in that ballpark, but about a month before the election, we had a poll showing that she was down 35 points.
Damn, really?
Wow. Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know about that poll.
Yeah.
Wow.
Normally it takes a Trump endorsement to send you up that
high. But a great number of amazing things happened in that last month, and she wound up winning relatively comfortably. Right, and then and Shurkat was right that she would be a national sensation if she won, and she was, and she is.
And helped to inspire a lot of other really awesome people up to today and in future elections.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play games like Never Have I Ever. We're gonna tell you about some of the stories behind the soundboard that we use on the show from time to time. We're gonna try to squeeze all that in. We're gonna take a super quick break, but in the break, you're gonna see a video about the special as well. So let's do that now.
Hey TYT, happy anniversary. I love you guys so much, everybody there. Still such great friends. Thanks for giving me my start. Cenk, Anna, John, Brett, all my great friends over there, Judith. You guys are doing great work and so important to the progressive movement. TYT forever.
Happy 21st birthday to TYT. That's huge, 21 years of progressive media. I'm such a fan. I'm also kind of liking this 21 milestone because I think it's time to get drunk on some democratic socialism. Something I can get down for.
Hey, this is Alonzo Bowden. I want to congratulate TYT on its 21st anniversary, and thank you, TYT, for allowing me to be part of the network. Here's to 21 more years, or maybe even 22. Heck, let's go for 25 more. That should be enough.
Turks, what's up, y'all?
Rick Strom from TYT Sports. It is hard to believe that it has been 16 years. And there are many things that I will remember. I have been through the glory days of toilet water running down our old studio, the transition to current, those weird blocks that we had in the back, the 24-hour live stream. It has been an incredible ride for me. What has made this company great is the viewers. That is what speaks volumes to the core of what we are doing, is that independent media coupled with uncorrupted values. You guys see it, and the only reason that we exist is because of you. I appreciate every opportunity that I've been given, and I hope that even to this day, I have served this audience well, connecting and covering the intersection of sports and politics. Love you all.
Your host, a Turkish barbarian. Anna is a woman.
Job description where what do you do? It's decision maker.
All right, back on the Young Turks 21st anniversary / birthday. I'm gonna read a couple of comments because you guys are wonderful and I love the perspective you're providing. Then we're gonna play Never Have I Ever. Vicky said, TYT provides us with honest, unbiased reporting. Simply, it's priceless. Thank you so much. Thank you, Vicky, we appreciate it. Meow Out Loud said, Cenk's cute face while listening to Anna's kudos. Thank you. I'll take cute face. I'll take it and run. Tuffy said I was a handsome devil when I was younger. Wow, a lot of compliments. Thank you guys. The Throat Goat Dragon said my TYT membership is the best money I ever spend every month, along with my DSA membership dues.
Nice.
I hope you know how much love and respect there is for you guys here in Brooklyn. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you. And I'm going to read one a little bit long one because it gives me hope. Steven Scales wrote in, Cenk, I've been a TYT viewer then member since 2008.
What?
So that's 14 years now.
Man.
No, 15 years. After a friend suggested that I check you out. At the risk of being corny, you literally changed my perspective on life in general. I was unaware that I had a lot of right-wing beliefs until I started tuning in. Which, by the way, is true for a lot of people, including all the way back in the day, me, right? I've learned so much over the years, but the most important thing I gained from watching you deliver the news in a real human way is empathy and understanding. Thank you, Cenk. Thank you, TYT. Happy 21st birthday. I had to pull my car over to type this. Now I'll continue my ride home so I can smoke one for TYT.
Yes.
Indeed. And by the way, guys, since we're now legal, we can drink. Since we're 21 years old, you can follow along at home too. Our favorite drinks are up at tyt.com/cheers. Make sure you drink responsibly and don't drive. But if you're at home, have some fun. Make some of those drinks. Okay. All right. So and thank you guys. You're all wonderful for saying that. And anytime we help people see things in the right way, is a giant win for us. More important than any money or any other reward that we can get.
For sure.
So, never have I ever. Now, here's a hilarious thing, and I purposely didn't ask the producers this. I don't really know how to play.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So
I don't know
this
how to
would
play
be the
either.
first thing that you've never.
Apparently, okay? Because I remember when I was a kid many years ago, and I heard that people played Spin the Bottle. But I wasn't cool enough that I ever played Spin the Bottle myself. And I was like, you spin it, and then what happens? And then I think Never Have I Ever came around later. Okay, that's how old I am. And so
newer technology.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
and so I never got to play. So what do we do? I say never have I ever.
Well, this is different than a typical game. The typical game is you take turns proposing things that are true of you to see if you can get other people. This, I think, is sort of like Asher sort of is that person.
Okay. So, well, let's do it here. And by the way, have you played before?
No, I have never
See?
played this. I know.
Okay.
But I mean, anyway.
All right, okay. All right, first one. Never have I ever cursed on air when I wasn't supposed to. So I have cursed on air, so I don't raise my hand.
Well, so Asher, we're supposed to have some up to begin with, right? 10 fingers.
We're really nailing this.
Okay, and so you're starting with 10, and then if you have not done that, you lower one. Yes, or no, if you have done it, you lower one. Yes.
If you have done
so
it,
I have cursed on air accidentally, probably today. So
9.
I lower one.
Okay, can I just say that I kind of proved my point? No one really knows how to play. Anyway, okay.
Well, I haven't often played the Asher variant.
Okay.
It's a regional one.
All right, never have I ever cut an interview with a guest short or ended an interview abruptly. Well, there goes that one.
I wasn't I don't think I was the one who did it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to add just brief context. I ended it abruptly because I asked this person a question, and I don't know if my producers are watching, and they answered the question and did not stop speaking nor take a breath for 16 minutes.
Oh my God.
So for like the last 6 minutes, I was just like,
abruptly.
I have to end this.
You had Cenk on your show?
Oh!
The first and last time. So anyway, after that I was like, well, okay, great to talk to you, gotta go.
Yeah, but John, that was a weird 40
I
seconds.
counted it, was at least 16 minutes.
Okay, John,
straight.
Waiting for him to finish a 16-minute point is not ending an interview abruptly.
Yeah, 100%,
it's the exact opposite,
100%,
okay?
yeah.
Good
Guy's
interview,
just
good person, but.
He's just too polite. Okay, so ending abruptly, are you kidding me? How many can I count? Dick Morris, you guys remember him? He used to be with Clinton as a massive right-winger. Worked at Fox News, got into a foot fetish scandal. Anyway,
never have I ever.
and he got it, and he came in studio, and we got into a giant fight over the Iraq War. And he'd never been challenged before, apparently, right?
Wow.
And that's when I began to realize, oh my God, the rest of the media never challenges any of these guys, no matter how wrong they are.
Yep.
He was apoplectic that I was challenging him, and he walked off the set, right? And then Chuck Yeager, who turned out not to break the land speed record, but be a different Chuck Yeager. Among other, like we had a guest on his name, Chuck Yeager. Chuck Yeager broke the land speed record.
He was a test pilot and stuff.
Yeah. And we're like, oh, how was that? He's like, I'm not that Chuck Yeager. Jesus. Okay. And of course, Lou Dobbs.
I don't remember that.
Ooh.
Lou Dobbs, welcome to the Young Turks.
Well, great to be with you, John.
All right, now, Mr. Dobbs, we agree on many things, such as the lobbyists ruining politics and sticking up for the middle class, etc. But it'd be no fun to talk about the things we agree on.
Sure, let's go for it.
Let's talk about the things we don't agree on, mainly the problem of illegal immigration. We're going to have to leave it at that. And
well, let me ask you one quick question,
yes.
Can I?
Oh, absolutely. Hey, we don't have the time restriction. You do.
If we disagree, let me ask you to let me lay out one syllogism. You tell me how to. My question still is, how can you reform immigration law if you can't control immigration? How can you control immigration if you don't control your border?
You do a comprehensive piece of legislation that recognizes the people that are here, that recognizes the future problem, that recognizes controlling borders. You take all that into account. I have no problems with that. Absolutely.
Need you out in 30 seconds.
All right. The book is Independence Day. And one last question for you, real quick, in 30 seconds or less.
No.
Christopher.
No.
I've never had that happen before. That was his publicist.
Yeah.
And she was interfering, like she was going on air to say no,
Insane.
get off the air, etc. I've never seen that anywhere.
It's bold.
Okay, let me ask you one last question. No.
No, that was insane. You can't do that.
He seemed interested, by the way.
Of course. He wanted to keep going, but she's like, he's asking you questions you're not good at answering. We got to get out of here. We got to get out of here.
You're dying here.
Yeah, so.
I do remember him flailing in that interview. So she did what a publicist, I guess, is supposed to do, but
not like that.
Interrupting a live broadcast like that is insane.
Yeah. All right, so third one. I'm at 8 now.
I'm at 9.
Right? Okay, let's see. How much have I drank so far? Okay. Never have I ever recorded my own show on the weekend. One arrow goes, that's me.
What? Recorded your own
show on the weekend? Well, let's watch. Let's see what happens.
Every week I get great tweets from my followers. I love hearing from you guys. I didn't know what Twitter was gonna do when it first came out. I didn't know what the point of it was since we already had Facebook and so many other social media sites. But I love how easy it is to communicate back and forth with all sorts of people. So I get messages from my fans. I'm sending messages to celebrities I'm a fan of. Al Belso, one of the guys that I tweet back and forth with probably more than anyone else, says, is this the project which you mentioned concerning working on the weekend? If so, kudos to you for taking advantage of the studio. Yes, I tweet about secret projects I'm working on all the time, but last week I did tweet about this one. I am here on the weekend filming because there's literally no time during the week to do it. Either other shows are filming, which is constantly happening. The studio is almost never being used, or more likely, I'm just busy doing other stuff. And so, for the time being at least, if I'm doing this show, you can understand that I'm coming in and doing it on the weekend, like making the graphics and producing the stories and everything. So yeah, that's the one. And it's happening again, so hurrah!
That was amazing.
I need more champagne, please.
Oh my God, that was awesome.
Okay, so of course I caught him on one of the weekends because I work nonstop, right? So I went into the office to work, and this son of a gun sitting there, reading from the prompter, etc., right? And
there wasn't a prompter
or whatever it was. I thought you were practicing the prompter. Anyway. And I think that my recollection is that you were a little nervous, like, what?
It looked like it. And by the way, based on the delivery there, I better not have been on prompter. Pick up the pace, Johnny boy.
No,
by the way, though.
No, back to me. Okay, seriously though, John's here because of me, and it's like one of my best accomplishments at TYT. Right?
I am here because of her, that's true.
Because like, you were always like, so the way I found out about John is we had launched a show called TYT University, which I was the host of. And the whole idea around that show was to have university students like send in videos about their university experience, like college parties, whatever. If they want to talk about curriculum, they could do that too. John was the only one who would consistently send good videos. And so we would show them on TYT University all the time. And then eventually he got hired because he had a great on-air presence. Obviously had a great work ethic.
Believe it or not.
No, but you did. I mean, John did not send in like party videos. Like they were all important topics. Exactly. So like I remember one of them was like this, they were proposing a policy to allow concealed carry on campus. I remember that. And then we're like, hey, we're looking for like, some fun college life content. So like he went out of his way to go to a party that he probably otherwise would have never gone to just so he could film.
Yeah, I Googled what's fun party life like. And they had some good ideas.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, I thought you meant like going online and recording your show to then watch or something. So now I'm even more embarrassed. But I don't know if it's possible for us to just bring up like a still shot of that. I was saying while we were watching it, first of all, I love the background.
The background's
nice. I would set up colored LEDs to reflect onto it. So everyone on Twitch who does that, I was the progenitor of it. I think the sidebar with the little planet looks really cool.
Looks great.
But then it's all undercut by the fact that as one of the palest people in existence, I decided to wear a way too overexposed shirt and a super light jacket. That doesn't help.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a mess.
Thereby proving the right wing wrong, we don't hate white people.
Exactly, we make them whiter than ever. But anyway, yes.
So, but when I saw John working on the weekends, I was like, I like this guy. Yeah. Okay, this guy's a killer. And of course, when I worked in Miami, I went in and used a studio on the weekends to record a show just like you did, and that was many years ago, of course. All right, so never have I ever done the show while an earthquake was happening. I don't remember that one. I don't remember if I had done it or not, but we have a clip.
If an immediate friend or colleague splits up, your chance of, no, it's not, it doesn't, the headline is flawed. It doesn't mean there's a 75% chance your marriage will end if your friends split. Your chance of divorce increases by 75%.
I think there's an earthquake right now. Am I right or wrong? Yeah, we just had an earthquake.
Oh yeah,
Did you
I can feel it shaking. Yeah, we're having an earthquake. Right now, as we speak, there's an earthquake.
It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, I feel my ass swaying in the chair. Yeah, nice job. Good call on that.
Yeah.
It's worth an awkward fist bump. Whoever feels the earthquake first, I believe it is now over.
Ben and I had the worst on-air chemistry in the beginning.
I was gonna say,
the worst.
My delivery's looking better.
No, 100%. No, we finally developed a good rapport and everything was great. But it took a few years. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. No wonder I didn't remember it. I wasn't on there.
Yeah.
Okay, there was.
You guys had the vibe of a married couple who's just keeping up appearances for the kids.
1000%, 1000%. Yeah.
So I do remember we had a massive storm at the DNC in 2016.
That was scary.
And we were in one of those tents. The media were put into these giant tents, and it started swinging back and forth. The tents did. I mean, it was a big storm.
That was
right?
scary. Yeah.
And it was really scary. Of course, everybody left the building except us.
Yep.
And we stayed on air.
Yep.
Okay, except one of our hosts, who at the time was not a host, Jayar. And I look over and he's half in the tent and half outside the tent. So he hasn't left. And I asked him about it later. He's like, look, I ain't a fool, okay? Like you guys. He's like, if I felt that tent going 2% more in that sway, I'm gone.
Yeah.
I'm gone, I'm halfway out. And so he had taken precautions.
Yeah.
So we did that too. All right, so last two, never have I ever worn PJ bottoms on the show while filming. No, I haven't done that either.
I definitely did not.
Okay.
Maybe on the weekends? No, I don't know for sure. So I'm gonna keep the finger up.
I'm only at 7. I think you guys might be at 6. I don't know.
No, I'm at 8.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
So whenever I go on air at home, I always make sure to put on jeans. Doesn't matter if it's gonna be 2 minutes on air and you're only gonna see this, because you never know. That's exactly when the camera goes like this or something.
Reflection off of glasses to the monitor, to the penis. Yeah,
exactly.
It'll get you.
Well, okay, a little too much. All right.
That's what they would say if they were watching.
Oh, okay, I like that. Never have I worn a TYT shirt under a blazer.
These are targeted.
I mean, I definitely have not.
Okay, well, there you go. But then you can just go to.
But that looks great. Actually, I like my hair in that shot. Actually,
yeah, there you go.
Anna, you've never. Could we get it once?
With
she's worn a t-shirt.
I've worn a t-shirt,
but not with a blazer, obviously.
I'm not I don't like the way t-shirts look on my body type. It just makes me not. I don't know. It's just not flattering for my body type. That's the only reason why I have issues with t-shirts.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean you guys should have issues with t-shirts.
Yeah, I have the same exact issue with skinny jeans.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, but hey, John's got one on right now. You can get it at shoptyt.com.
No big deal.
Okay, all right.
Cheers to 21.
Cheers to 21. And we've got shot glasses like that. I'm not saying you should go to shoptyt.com and get it, but kinda. All right, so that was never have I ever. Now, guess that soundboard clip. Okay, this is fun. We go to the soundboard every once in a while. We used to use it all the time. We still use it from time to time. So let's play one and see if the three of us can figure out what clip it's from. All right, go ahead, Bart.
Drastic times require what? Drastic measures, yes! Who said that? Thank you! Drastic times require drastic measures!
Okay, so that's, of course, we all know it. It's Phil Davison.
Yep.
I did not remember the name.
Okay.
But.
Yeah, he's a guy he was one of the first guys to go viral, ever.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And he was on Tosh.0, if you remember that show, because he would feature people who went viral. And Tosh.0 randomly was shot out of the same studio as the Young Turks were. Anyways, and I randomly hosted a show with Tosh back in Miami when I was doing weekends, practicing shows on the weekends, etc. Anyways, Phil Davison had gone nuts in a speech that he was giving for the state treasurer or something like that.
Yeah, he wanted to be state treasurer. He was running for that position.
And in a Republican primary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And then everybody laughed, and of course he lost. But now we look back on it.
Yeah.
And he'd almost certainly win now.
Yeah.
Like he was just a man ahead of his time. So do we have the clip so people can see it? Let's watch.
We've told you about crazy Republicans throughout the country, right? Well, we've got excellent video footage of one from Ohio today.
My name is Phil Davison, and I am seeking our party's nomination for the position of Stark County Treasurer. I am from the village of Minerva, and I will not apologize for my tone tonight. I have been a Republican in times good, and I have been a Republican in times bad. The Stark County Treasurer's office is a mess. Drastic times require what? Drastic measures, yes. Who said that? And nominate him tonight, I win. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell Randy Gonzalez. I'm coming.
Who said that? Who said that? I love this guy, man. I love this guy. Nobody's ever been this excited about Stark County Treasurer position before.
It wasn't even all of Ohio, it was Stark County Treasurer.
It's
Okay,
so small.
and it's a mess.
So small.
Yeah, he's from the village of Minerva. Okay. To this day, from time to time, you will hear me on air say, "Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell Randy Gonzalez I'm coming," and that's the reference. Because I probably maybe the most frequent question I've ever been asked on TYT is, "Who's Randy Gonzalez?" Okay.
By the way, we should invite him on the show.
By the way, we did.
We did?
Yeah,
he's on.
And here he is. And right now, okay, and he's joined by Brigadier General Tata. Okay.
Okay, real quick though, my favorite thing about that clip is when he's like, "Drastic times require what?" And then this poor person in the audience is just like, drastic measures, yes!
Tell me he wouldn't win today. Tell me he doesn't win that primary today.
I might vote for him.
Okay, I
It
know
was
that.
exciting. I did like it.
Yeah.
And the Stark County Treasurer office is a mess.
It remains a mess
We
to this
saw
day.
it, okay? And by the way, no, Randy Gonzalez turned us down. We found him, but he said no.
No, not Randy Gonzalez, Phil Davidson.
We tried him too.
Yeah.
And he said no too. But now we should bring him back.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, all right. Whatever
president.
happened.
We need
in this-
someone to represent the village of Minerva.
Exactly. We've never had anyone on from Minerva. We got to make that happen. All right, let's go to the second one. Second clip.
Animals are innocent.
Okay,
That's a classic.
So that is, I think, a vegan rap. Okay,
Yes.
And it's like a cable access kind of show.
I think it was just a YouTube show.
Okay,
Right?
It might have been cable access.
HBO, I think.
No, okay.
High production value.
And I remember the dude walking around as people were sitting. Okay, like a super awkward dude walking around as people were sitting. So let's see if I'm right. Let's watch.
So this morning, Cenk Uygur sent me a video that I now believe is the best video that I've seen all year. And it features vegan activists who feel very strongly about the fact that we refer to people negatively by using animal names.
Don't use chicken as an insult. Animals are innocent. Don't be speciesist. Never use the name of an animal as an insult for a human. Animals are innocent.
If you're disloyal and we have a spat, I will never call you a rat. I respect you and rats.
Don't use rat as an insult.
If you check out women while out for a jog, I will never call you a dog. I respect you and dogs.
Don't use dog as an insult.
If you complain that we're not rich, I will never call you a bitch. I respect you and female dogs.
Don't use bitch as an insult.
No, but that was the best video that's ever been created and that's ever been put up on YouTube, okay? I enjoyed that video so much, I watched it over and over again. I'm not kidding.
No, I've watched it 3 times.
Animals are innocent.
Now you know. Now you can't. You won't be able to get it out of your head.
He has actually a fine voice.
Oh.
It's not bad. Also, by the way, how great of a karaoke song would that be?
Oh
gotta
my
get that
God! If
loaded.
we sing, we gotta get drunk
you wouldn't have fun
tonight.
with that? Come on.
We get drunk tonight. We go to sing karaoke. We put that in. Animals are innocent.
If you say that we're not rich, I will not call you a bitch. Excellent stuff, really.
But that might have started like the whole political correctness genre. Like oh, don't say that about dogs, okay?
Animals must be protected, though.
Oh,
so
to be fair, animals, okay. All right, let's try one more.
Okay, this one's gonna be a little bit of a deep cut.
Oh, jeez.
I'm in one of those movies.
I remember. I'll never, ever forget this because this woman is a national treasure, an American hero. There was a guy doing some nasty stuff on the train, okay? And look, given what we're dealing with on public transit these days, everyone can use a woman like this on the train because the guy's fondling himself, doing some nasty stuff. And she's like, no. Everyone else is pretending like they don't see this. Everyone else wants to like be quiet about it. I'm not gonna be quiet about it. Can we watch the video now?
Yeah, I didn't remember exactly. I was like, it's not the documents lady. No. So
that's what I thought.
Nice job. All right, so let's watch.
Deanna Carter noticed a man on the train in New York City rubbing his penis. And apparently this is a common thing that happens on trains. Sexual harassment and sexual assault has actually shot up considerably in the last year. So as a result, she took out her cell phone, started filming him, and really put him on blast.
What are you doing? What are you doing? You over here rubbing your what are you doing? Do some freaky shit and I'ma get up out this chair and I'ma bust your ass. You wanna rub your bitch? You rub your when you get off the mother train. Get up! Get the up! Get the off this train. You got the right one, honey, cause I'm a crazy bitch. Please believe me.
Deanna Carter for the win.
That was my favorite line. Can you play that one more time? It gives me life.
You got the right one, honey, cause I'm a crazy bitch. Please believe me.
I love her.
We need her so bad right now.
Yes.
America needs her.
Yes.
But I do have to say, she shouldn't have used the word bitch. That is not insulting towards female dogs.
I respect female dogs.
And animals are innocent.
Subway masturbators, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The look on his face of like, oh no, yes.
No, it was amazing, I love that.
Okay, all right guys, we're out of time. Thank you guys. You guys are giant. We couldn't have done TYT without Anna Kasparian and John Iadarola. You guys are amazing.
I love you guys.
Thank you.
Right back at you, Casper. So check out Damage Report, of course. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, we've got more hosts for you guys. Dr. Rashad Richey, Senator Nina Turner in the house. Well, not quite in the house, but you'll see. We'll come back. All right, well, the Young Turks special election day coverage dropping.
An amazing power panel.
Look at this panel. You want to talk about power?
Like a smart Destiny's Child.
We're all too strong.
We spun a revolution. Yes, another one.
Aren't you excited?
Wow. And then Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, everybody.
You know, this is where it started in a lot of ways.
Why is he lying? Because these are acts that you can commit with impunity.
Most of us are usually in boxer shorts underneath.
I went with the pants today.
This is the first ever power panel with Donald Trump as president.
We have elected the top Twitter troll in the country.
We have to stop pretending that race is not an issue in this country.
Now keep in mind, racism had gone away until Barack Obama brought it back.
That's right.
They want to protect life so much that they want to ensure that insurance companies don't cover your maternity care. You don't see a lot of news coverage in the mainstream media of the peaceful Black Lives Matter protests that happened throughout the country.
Black Americans are hurting. Minorities in this country are hurting.
We always talk about starting from the bottom up, but the problem is the bottom up is always the least amount of power. No one cares about them, and until someone actually cares about them, then we'll do something about it.
Please, for God's sake, America, understand, acknowledge, and work towards getting to a new reality where Black lives actually matter.
Get.
Back on Young Turks' 21st birthday / anniversary. I don't know what to call it. But Cenk Uygur, Senator Nina Turner, Dr. Rashad Richey. It's not a power panel.
Yes.
But it looked like one.
That's right.
So, guys, great to have you here, both tonight and at the network. Couldn't be more proud. So what we're going to do, in each segment, we got fun little things to do. And here, I'm going to ask you guys, what was the moment that turned you into a TYT fan? But before we get to that, I want to tell you guys the moment that I became fans of you. So I'll start with Rashad. So we had Rashad on the conversation, and I'm like, oh, he's good. And I remember talking to Judith, our head of programming, and I was like, let's get him on more shows. Then he goes, this is in 2020. Then he goes on Damage Report with John. Oh, he's good. Okay. Then on election night in 2020, he joins as a guest host. And I think that's the first time that I said it, but I've said it many times since then, where Rashad made a point where I was like, oh, wow, I hadn't thought of that at all. Damn, that's a good point. And so then we had him on more and more until, of course, he became a host. But Rashad, man, you are, I mean, from day one, you were about as impressive as I have ever seen any guest we've ever had on here. So my hat's off to you. And now, of course, Rashad has won about 28 awards, hottest new show in media. It's got, if you think he's got a lot of awards, you should see his degrees. And Fulton County, where Atlanta is named a day after him. So amazing. Now I'm gonna get to Nina's story in a second. But Rashad, what was the moment where you thought TYT?
Let me tell you, man. And I was trying, and thank you for all of that complimentary sentiment. I know it comes from the heart with you. Don't know if I'm deserving of it, but thank you for it. I remember, man, and like I'm thinking it down, like, what was he talking about? But it was you, Cenk, and I don't remember the topic. But this was about 2 years before you did the thing at MSNBC. And I was always a passive watcher, a man who was very appreciative of the policy angle. But you got so angry at an adverse policy, and I'm embarrassed that I don't remember what the policy was, that you damn near threw your voice out talking about it. And that kind of passion, insight, and intellect connected to why the policy was bad, that is what did it for me. And I've always embraced my humanity as someone who reports on the news. I've worked and still work for some traditional news outlets as a commentator. And I've never thought I needed to back away from my humanity in a story, never. And a part of that is directly attributed to how you deliver the news, dear brother. So that's what it was for me, man. That's what made me a fan of TYT.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I'm not used to it, right? So I remember when you told me, no, I've been watching TYT a long time. I was like, really? I'm like, he's so good and he's been watching us. Okay.
I play you clips on my radio show, yes.
That's amazing. All right, we're gonna give you an early Rashad moment in a second, okay? But I wanna go to Nina. Okay, so Nina, so I'm gonna do the same story with you, and I think you know this one. So at this point, I already know Nina Turner. She's already working on Bernie Sanders' campaign back in 2016, and she's already had the courage to come over to the Bernie Sanders side. And if people don't remember, back in 2015, 2016, that was a lot of courage. Almost no one had done that. In fact, one of the reasons Nina stood out in the beginning for everyone else was they're like, oh my God, there's another Democrat that supports Bernie Sanders. That was like breaking news. And so, but it wasn't then. I watched a speech that she had given. Nina, I don't remember if it was Netroots or where it was. I don't know if you remember. But do you remember where it was?
I do. It was the People Summit.
Oh, People Summit. Do you remember what year it was?
That was in 2016.
2016. Okay. So Nina's giving a speech and she's up at the on stage, right? And folks are down below. And all of a sudden she walks off the camera and I'm like, where'd she go? I never seen that in my life, right? She went to go talk to the crowd, within the crowd. And I was like, wow, okay. And the camera tries to find her and then eventually the camera finds her. And then she takes a 12-year-old girl, I don't know if she's 12, but a young girl and says, gives a speech about how we're not gonna let her down. She's been let down too many times and we're not gonna let her down, okay? And I was like, wow, but I'm already like blown back. And then she says, you know, sometimes I get called an angry black woman. And she's like, damn right I'm angry. And I was like, yes, I found it. Okay, I found the person who's the star, who's amazing at this. So Nina, what's your recollection of that speech and our interaction? And remember, I just saw it online in the beginning.
You are bringing back so many memories. I mean, you actually sent me an email dissecting the entire speech, of which I still have your email. And similar to what Dr. Richey said, it was you. I mean, to see the level of passion and compassion and you delivering the news uniquely to your personality, that doesn't happen on mainstream media because you're supposed to be all hoity-toity and prim and proper. And it just blew me away to see you on TYT show all that emotion. It was, I mean, you speaking my love language because that's how I roll too. And that is what attracted me to TYT. So in the Black church, when the preacher is giving the sermon, we just say amen. And Dr. Richey laid out everything I was going to say about you. You are magnetic and it is your magnetism. People know that you are genuine, even if they don't always agree with your political points or your policy direction. They know that you are being uniquely who you are. And that is something that is very attractive. And people need that. They want genuineness and they want authenticity in this moment. And it is rare, again, especially in media, because you got to be so. And that's what I love about TYT, because when I was able to come on and first being interviewed, I'm saying, wow, I could be almost totally myself. You don't want to see the whole 100%. I got the whole something back. But I can be 75% myself. It's just a beautiful, beautiful platform, and we are blessed to have it. I mean, every day on my show, I say to people, thank you for supporting Unbossed, and thank you for supporting the TYT network.
All right, that's beautiful. And thank you, Nina. Thank you to both of you guys. So, and you guys know the rundown, right? Damage report, then indisputable Dr. Rashad Richey. Then you got On Boss with Nina Turner. Then you got Watch This with Jayar Jackson. He'll be on in a little bit. And then you got the Young Turks, okay, with me and Anna. So Nina, it's funny because mainstream media, we've all had experiences with it, right? Wants you to be in a box, right? And they want you to act in a certain way. Whereas I thought, I'm looking for people who are not in that box, who are not acting in a way that others want, but acting in a way that they want. Because what that shows me is strength. That shows me strength of character, strength of will, right? And that's 100% what I saw in both of you. And I thought this is the answer, right? And for now in media, it is the answer and is proven to be the answer, right? But stay tuned, you never know, a lot more to come, right? In terms of what it could be. But I love that you didn't listen to the rules. Every consultant in the world will tell you, don't say you're angry, don't say you're angry. It's wrong, it's wrong. People want people that are genuine and human like you are, Nina. So in fact, let's go to one of Nina's first appearances on TYT. I haven't seen these clips either, so let's watch.
This is Iadarola for the Young Turks at the Democratic Unity Reform Commission meeting. We're speaking with Nina Turner.
You'll see a lot of chatter, particularly on social media, condemning people for lifting their voice about differences that they may have about the Democratic Party. Some of those people, I believe the overwhelming majority of those people, want to make this party stronger, want to make it the party of the people. And so unity doesn't mean that just people just fall in line. Unity also means critique.
All right, we're here with Senator Nina Turner. It's become a little bit of a ritual after the debates.
We must do this every time. We got to keep it going. There's a study out that says that it would take 228 years for the average black family to catch up to the wealth of the average white family if we stay on this course, if nothing changes. What that means is that it's never going to happen, that black people are being resigned to a future that says that we are never going to have wealth in this country, and that it doesn't matter if your parents have a college degree or whether or not your parents are wealthy or not. If you are black in this country, that wealth that was made on the blood, sweat, the backs of chattel slavery in this country can never be undone. And you got a vice president that was totally, just totally numb to that.
I'm looking at my eyes in that early interview, right? And my eyes are like, whoa, yes, yes, right? Or as the kids would say these days, yes, queen. So just everything you said there in space. So Rashad, I'm gonna go to one of your clips in a sec. But Nina, I did want to ask you one more question about those days. Do you remember what it was about Bernie Sanders that made you flip and go, oh, yeah, that's the guy, when no one else believed?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, didn't think anybody else was going to run, so that's number one. But then to see Senator Bernard Sanders step to the plate, and when he talked about two specific things touched my heart with him. One is about college for all, and that is because I am a first generation college graduate, and but for that opportunity, I don't know where I would be today. Having people believe in me and being able to start off at a community college, which oftentimes students of color in particular do very well, starting off at a community college first. And then secondly, and not necessarily in this order, when he talked about Medicare for all, you know this story, Cenk, and I think Dr. Richey knows it too, but my mom died at a very young age. She was only 42 years old, a brain aneurysm. And so to hear this man stand up there and talk about universal health care in this country and what it would mean to save lives, to give people peace of mind and enhance their quality of life, I saw my mama through that lens. And those two things primarily attracted me to Senator Bernard Sanders.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. All right, Rashad, let's show an early clip of an appearance that you had on TYT. Let's watch.
Rashad Richey was actually voted the best talk radio personality in Atlanta by the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which is pretty badass. Okay, Rashad, I get it, you're fired.
Yeah, man, I'm that dude.
You're that dude.
I teach college students of all races. I tell them that it's more like white preference, where white preference says we will give you preferential treatment because of the color of your skin. Everybody knows that if it was a 25-year-old white male jogging through that community, this would not have happened. 7 days after the assassination of King, they signed that landmark civil rights bill that he had been fighting damn near his entire adult life to get passed. Why did they do that? It wasn't because they were remorseful over the death of Dr. King. It was because the 7 days between his assassination to the signing of that bill, 110 cities in the United States of America rioted. That is a statement of fact.
It's interesting because I already got something really productive out of this conversation. You made a great point there.
You seem very well prepared. Certainly more.
Of course,
prepared
why would I not be well prepared?
You bombarded me.
Well, let me drop some facts on you, Rob. You're kind of bloviating now, filibustering. So let me drop some facts on you. Individuals who are unarmed should not be killed by the police. if the cop's life is not in danger. That's period. Black Lives Matter is a grassroots advocacy movement. And yes, there is a grassroots advocacy organization. The reality is they bring attention and awareness to issues that are systemic and connected to prejudicial treatment and racism in this country. Now hold on, brother. Say that again.
It's word soup.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, there's so many great parts of that. One, the conservative going, that was a lot of words.
Right.
And Rashad, I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest, brother. We looked younger just 3 years ago.
I know.
Right. But you mean well. You look good. You look mature now. Me, well, okay. Right. But anyways.
Better with time, like a fine wine.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Well, some sort of wine. Anyway, so I remember now that I think that might have been the first appearance, the one in June 2020, when you said that the riots helped pass the bill. That was another moment where I was like, nobody says that. That's definitely true, but nobody ever has the courage to say that. I was like, oh, this guy's different, and we like different, okay, and bold and courageous and honest. So, all right, and so, all right, Rashad, how's it been since? Okay, so you come on, you watched the show before, you do a couple appearances, and then what's been your experience since then?
First of all, let me say this. I love it. I love it. 100%. And a lot of it has to do with the response I received from the audience with my first few appearances. I'm doing John's show, I'm coming on The Conversation. We're having these great opportunities to profess truth. And the audience, I mean, goodness, the love that they showed. Now remember, at this time, I'm working at CBS News Atlanta. I'm still their political commentator. I'm doing some hits with Fox News, debating Tucker Carlson, and sometimes on MSNBC in the morning time. I did MSNBC for about 1.5 years, every Sunday morning at about 6 a.m. There's a different response there because I have to be offensive to everybody at some point. It's required when you have a policy directive rather than a partisan directive. And when you have a policy directive, you cannot avoid offending all parties at some point in your commentary, right? And Cenk, you said something really interesting about authenticity in media. I think it goes even deeper than that. I think it permeates to everyday lifestyle. I think authenticity should be who we are, and authenticity wins. It happens that I'm in the media profession, right? So I give 2 examples of authenticity winning, even in mainstream media. Number one, when I first started at CBS News Atlanta as their political commentator and political analyst, it sent shockwaves through Atlanta because I'm Mr. Opinion. I'm Mr. Aggressive, I'm rough around the edges, but I just got hired by this major local news station to do commentary, and sometimes I was able to do commentary nationally for CBS throughout the country. So what happened in that first year? That first year, the news director said to me, Dr. Richey, no matter what you do not change who you are. That one person had an opinion contrary to that of the corporate managers. And he made a move, an affirmative statement to make sure I knew that he had my back, right? So I do my thing. And yes, I'm rough around the edges. Yes, I show emotion. But within that first year, I get Emmy nominated. And I become the first political analyst in the history of CBS News Atlanta to get an Emmy nomination. And that was just one of those points in my life where I realized this is not just about delivering content. This is about delivering content with heart, with authenticity. And if you're upset, you're just upset. And if you gotta call something out, you call it out. And there was another opportunity where I'm doing a debate, live TV. It's the big Atlanta mayoral debate. They give me a bunch of questions to ask that have been vetted by I don't know who, probably the campaigns. And I'm on the microphone next to a very seasoned news anchor. And she says, "Where are your questions?" I said, "Madam, they are up here in my mind." She says, "Well, they gave you questions to ask." I said, "I know." She said, "So what are you going to do?" I said, "I'm going to ask the questions that my community would like me to ask." She said, "Oh boy, they're not going to like that." I said, "Ma'am, we're on live TV. What they going to do? Take me off air?" So it was that, and then at the end of it, the news director calls and says, "That was out of sight. I did not ask one question and told me I had to ask." Authenticity makes room for you in this life, beyond just media. It makes room for you in everyday life. Sometimes we aren't comfortable enough to be our authentic selves because the world tells us who we really are is not good enough for the world we live in. I do not believe that whatsoever. So that's part of it.
Okay, it's amazing how similar the three of us are, okay? And because here, I'll tell you two stories, it's just like Rashad's. One is at MSNBC, I go and I'm a host now, and we got like 6, 7, 8 different producers. And on the first day, my executive producer panics because we're about to go on air like in an hour or something, which is no big deal, right? But to them, that's like really close to showtime. And he's like, "Cenk, there's a huge problem. There's no questions written in the prompter for the guests." I was like, "Yeah, I know. They're in my head." And he's like, "What? They can't be in your head? Are they really in your head?" He'd never seen that in his life. I'm like, "Yeah, I brought the guy on for a reason. I got all these questions I want to ask him. I don't need to put it in the prompter. What am I going to read them? I know what the questions are. I'm just going to ask them." And he'd never seen that before. So I was nearly, very similar to the story you told. And Rashad, one time I'm going to go to I got a radio spot. It's just a tryout. It's down in Florida. And the guy says, okay, he gives me all these rules. I think every rule is nonsense. And he says, but whatever you do not talk about your personal life. Nobody cares about you, okay? And I thought, right now the #1 host on radio is Howard Stern. All he ever does is talk about himself, right? Yep. This is total utter nonsense. So I knew that he wasn't gonna hire me if I did this. But this is my point about you and about how we're similar. We can't help ourselves. Yep. So I went on and did 2 straight hours of a personal story, a story of where I had tremendous personal disappointment, and I wanted to share it with the audience and tell them it's okay, we're all gonna make it. Because I know you had one too, right? I had a guy who was a guy at the office who was like a frat boy kind of guy, gave off Republican vibes and stuff. This is Florida. So program director calls me afterwards. He's like, "I guess you're a moron. No, you're not getting this job. I told you not to talk about your life, and that's all you did, right?" But the frat boy guy comes the next day on Monday and goes, I listened, and brother, I cried. I cried listening to that. And so what I'm telling the audience now is the same thing I said back then, which is give them what you got, okay? That's exactly how Rashad got here. That's exactly how Nina got here. They didn't give people what other people had. They gave them what they had, okay? And that's what I respect about Rashad and Nina. I'm thrilled that you're here with us. All right, look, before we go back to Nina, I want to read a couple of comments here about you guys from our members. Biden Flavor Corn Pop wrote in, "I started really paying attention to Nina Turner after my white former brother-in-law said she irritated him." I love that one. And then added, "You go, Nina, girl, bold," and et cetera, et cetera. All right, now Rainbow Bright wrote in and said, "I really want to thank both Nina and Dr. Richey for constantly speaking up for the LGBTQ community." And said, "Black LGBTQ, we don't have any people from the black community that stands for us like they do. I wish we had 1 million Nina Turners and Dr. Richeys. Thank you both from an older black LGBTQ."
Bless you.
Yeah.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, and so we fight for someone who isn't us. That's the whole point of progressives, right? And so, I remember the Anti-Defamation League stepping up when Trump tried to do the Muslim ban and said, no, not on our watch. Okay, and I loved him for it. And when Jews are attacked, we stand up. When LGBTQ is attacked, we stand up. Black folks, white folks, it doesn't matter. We stand up, we fight for all of us. So thank you for sharing that, audience. I love it. Is Nina on? I know we had a little technical issue. Okay, so Nina, I want to ask you about the future. So what, look, we've had an amazing ride coming up to here, and I'm not asking about your future in particular. I'm asking what a lot of people have in their mind right now, which is, where do progressives, where do we in general go from here?
I mean, when we talk about that authenticity, and Dr. Richey is absolutely right, that authenticity is really about this movement being who it is. I had an opportunity to speak to the Florida Progressive Democrats last weekend, and I said, if you're gonna comport yourself like the neoliberals and take progressive out your name, what the people of the great state of Florida need, especially in the face of a governor that is so wicked. And I don't agree with President Trump on much, but calling him de-sanctimonious, he got that right. That you have to be totally different than the status quo Democrat. And if you're not gonna be different, then forget it. People need you to stand up for universal health care. They need you to stand up for workers' rights. They need you to stand up for brutality in the legal system itself, from top to bottom. They need you to be different. And if you're not gonna do that. So to me, the future of the Progressive Party, progressive movement, is very much embedded in the future of America, because as all three of us know, the majority of the American people, no matter how they identify, agree with the policy positions that the progressive movement is advocating for. And when you break it down so that Big Mama and Big Papa can understand it, it is about elevating people's quality of life. It is about changing material conditions. It is about ensuring that people make a living wage, that they can walk up and down their streets at night, that Big Mama and Big Papa don't have to worry about their babies getting shot walking up and down the street, that they don't have to worry about police brutality, that they don't have to worry about losing their jobs, that they don't have to worry about people with the power coming to crush them. And my God, if you live in East Palestine, Ohio, by way of example, that the government, both the state and federal government, will have your back instead of their owner donors. This is what the progressive movement is about. It is about being a humanitarian. It's a humanitarian effort. That's exactly what it is. So the future is bright because it's about us. And we can't sit around and wait on people with fancy titles to change things. That has never been the reality in this country. And as we reflect right now on Black History Month, what better stories to deepen our understanding of what it means to overcome the odds. I mean, not just the odds against you, but that it is sealed in your fate, that generation after generation, that you will be chattel in this country. And Black folks, first Africans and then their descendants, were able to transcend that in a mighty way. We still have many more miles to go, but you don't get a better example than that, to hold that change will come when conscious-minded people put a little extra on their ordinary and they defy the status quo, that is when miracles happen.
All right, well, we are out of time, but you can see there why you gotta watch On Boss with Nina Turner and Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Richey. And part of the reason we got to go is because Rashad now has 12 shows he's going to do in the rest of the day, and he's going to get probably on average 2 more degrees before the next Indisputable starts.
We'll try.
All right, wonderful to have you guys.
21 years old. Happy birthday!
Happy birthday to all of you as well. All right, we'll be right back.
Welcome to Indisputable. I'm your host, Dr. Rashad Richey. We got a lot happening today. But what do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable.
Rashad, great to be here. Congratulations on the new show. And I gotta let everybody know that Rashad and I go way back.
Here's the pattern that we see in all of these Karen stories. They think they own stuff they do not own. Now, where does that come from? I don't know, maybe slavery. Maybe they think they should still own Black people.
This is what happens when Karens weaponize the police. When you're used to privilege, equality seems like oppression.
It hits you in a certain way when someone is holding you against your will, treating you like you're a criminal and you're an innocent person. This is something that Black people face no matter where they are.
A stronger Black economy lends itself to a stronger, greater economy. Don't think it's exclusive of you, it's inclusive of you.
What's your beef with critical race theory?
It adds more fuel to the fire of the racist tendencies that we already have.
We have a generation of problem solvers that can remedy the problem if they are properly taught what the problem is.
You know who created redlining in this country? The white liberal.
I don't give a damn who created it. If it's a racist policy, Shelley, here's what I don't know. I don't know. See, there you go filibustering, brother. You're scared of this truth, but you're gonna get it, though.
Climate is changing fundamentally, extremely, and non-linearly. It's becoming worse now. It's not when the levees burst that is the problem. It's in the anticipation of that.
So I hope every human being is safe. And by human beings, I do not include multinational corporations, especially the ones that started climate change in the first place.
What we're currently doing right now in cutting emissions is clearly not enough. There will be ramifications to what Trump is doing. I don't want people to suffer, but I feel like there's gonna be a lot of suffering because we have an imbecile as our leader.
Supposed to do, you take them out of the office and hit them with a stick a couple times. They will do.
Who said that?
And I don't know you. Live sex.
Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me.
Go ahead, girl.
All right, back on the Young Turks' 21st birthday. Cenk Uygur, Michael Shure, Jayar Jackson with you guys.
What's
Jayar, of course, hosts a watch list. Now the lead-in for the Young Turks. So that's at 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific. Michael Shure, as everybody remembers, of course, the host of the legendary program 2012.
Right.
So
when did that air?
Oh,
2012.
Been off the air for a long time.
It wasn't supposed to be a shot. That was more of like what year that come out in because it was 2012.
No, we know.
Jeez, I gotta make sure this isn't seen as any shots.
Right. No, but come to think of it, I'm not sure that show was built to last. Given the name 2012.
Well, it could have gone to 2013 because we had this great logo where TYT was in the middle of it. So it went Twen TYT Welv, right? So it could have gone Twen TYT Herteen. So it would have been.
But by 2014, we would have been all out of gas.
Yeah. But we could be going every year now, and you guys haven't called me back for it.
Interesting. The TYT is still in the middle.
It was built for the 20s.
It was built for that now. Okay. What is news? What is old is new.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna read one comment here and then we'll do our fun games. So first, thank you to everybody who wrote in, who are members on all the different platforms. And thank you to all the people who are being super generous on Super Chat. We appreciate it. And of course, you can join by hitting the join button below on YouTube. You know that, tyt.com/join. And so Jesse Holbrook, Russell Pierce, William Thames, thank you all for the well wishes and for the generous donations. But TNTO wrote in, I randomly discovered TYT one evening in 2010. And although not American, I felt like I'd found my people. I'm now 50, when did that happen? And still a devotee. Happy 21st, progressive forever, rock on, peace and love, Tish from Toronto. Tish, that's beautiful to hear. And all these messages of people being with us from 2008, 2007, 2009, 2012, etc. Amazing. Thank you. And we've kind of shared a life together. And so sometimes people come up and talk to me or hug me or whatever and say, I already know you, right? And that's not like, hey, I know you because you were an actor and I think you did a great job playing Charles Manson. No, you guys know us. This is how we actually are. All right, so now let's go to craziest moments that you experienced at TYT, Jayar.
I feel like I bring this up whenever we do have these things because it will stick, it'll stand every time. One day, of course, on the weekend, we're trying to do more for the show, everything. Cenk goes, you know, you guys, I got a lot of work to do this weekend. You, Anna, and Jesus. Let's promote. We got some extra T-shirts in the back. Let's promote. Go out in the streets. We're like, oh, we can paparazzi the paparazzi. We'll go up to Beverly Hills because Cenk always liked to go out and hang out where celebrities are and just maybe see where they are. And we said we can do that without Cenk. So we did it, and we found some paparazzi. I didn't get along with one of them, and it ended a little badly.
So let's watch.
This is Anna Kasparian from the Young Turks, reporting live in Los Angeles. We're about to find some celebrities and some paparazzo and give away this gigantic thing of Young Turks t-shirts. We got red, we got blue, we got green. No, we don't have green. All right, we're gonna find Lindsay Lohan. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Are you excited?
I'm ready to make this happen.
Right behind me, directly behind me, there's a paparazzo from TMZ who refuses to let us interview him. We just want to give the mofo a shirt, but he won't even pay attention to us. Jayar is confronting him. There might be a blowout.
This is Jayar Jackson, live at the Ivy. Check this out. I've never been here before, but I'm very curious as to why the fence is so old and why it kind of looks like it's going to fall over. These are things that I've always wondered about nicer, rich places. People want to have old, raggedy things in their nice, new, ritzy-ditzy $50 a plate places. I don't know. I've never been there, so I don't know what's $50 a plate. But when I come back up here, they're going to know who I am. I'm not going to tell them, look at me in the eye. I'm going to be like, you know who the f*** I am? You know who I work for? TYT.
Okay, so the Ivy is a place where a lot of the celebrities go in LA historically. And so that's why paparazzi hang out by the Ivy, or as Anna, I think, said paparazzo. Mm-hmm. And I've gone a couple of times, and as I was leaving, I forgot that it's just the Ivy and there's paparazzi. Yeah. And paparazzi came up to me and interviewed me.
Oh, yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, and I was like, what? That was like one of the first, I think it was probably the first time that someone interviewed me on the street like I was famous.
And they said, remember that guy Jayar Jackson who came up to me?
Yeah.
Here's what I want you to tell him.
I liked it. I like the enthusiasm in that clip. I like that you got into a fight for no reason.
Can we notice, there's not the second half, right? That's not coming? Because what happened was he threatened me. And he was really short. He was about neck height. And I was like, you guys know how I think. I was like, I've got all these vulnerabilities open. I got my torso open, I got my throat open, and this guy's threatening me. So I was like, okay. And he's trying to be undercover because he's holding his glasses down. He says, don't put that camera on me. And he's cussing at me and everything. Because Jesus is across the street filming me interact with him. So he said he's gonna go and do something to Jesus. And then so I blow up and I get all loud and I was like, oh, you don't want attention? So I gave him a whole bunch of attention. So everyone can look. There's this black guy screaming in the middle of Beverly Hills, and this guy's the reason. And he ran off.
So that guy was paparazzi?
I don't know if it was that particular one. The one I got into it was, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, get a load of that
It's
guy.
ironic, right?
That's the most ironic thing in the world.
Yeah.
Like, he's there to ambush celebrities, right? And give them attention that they didn't ask for and didn't want. But the minute you turn it on him, he's like, he's outraged.
No, that's right. There was a guy named Ron Galella in New York whose whole existence as a paparazzo, which is correct on Anna's part, was following Jackie Kennedy. That was everything he did, Jackie Onassis at that point. Anytime anybody came up to him and gave him crap about it or took pictures of him stalking her, he would go bananas. It's the same thing that you ran into.
Teach this in paparazzo school?
It's been such a long time. It was before 2012 that I went.
So, and it's such a JR thing to be like, I got vulnerabilities. What if this short guy punches me in the throat?
My torso's open, my neck's open.
I would never even think that.
No.
I've been in a lot of fights when I was younger and I never even thought that.
Never get caught slipping. open. I've never been in a fight. There's a reason why.
All right, okay. All right, Michael, how about you?
Well, my torso was open. So a couple of things. I mean, there's sort of two different roles I've had here, both as an anchor and a host, and jack of all trades, and then going out in the field. So I think one of the things when you talk about craziest things, you meet people and you talk to them, and the way I do it is just let them have the platform. I'm not there to argue with them or to get in their faces, and you're amazed at some of the things you hear, not just from the Trump people who like Trump and you can't understand why perhaps, but it's the people that go a level deeper. And when you're presenting them with facts, I'm thinking of one guy in Florida, and I don't think we have that, but this is an example of that, who was defending slavery to me days before election 2016. He seemed like a smart guy, well thought out, well spoken, but the slaves had it pretty good, basically, was his premise. And that video did well, in the ways that videos do well here. And then recently I was out when the former president was doing his tour before the midterms, and I spoke to, it was another African-American voter who came out to a Trump event. This one was in Michigan, I believe, and I think that's what we're gonna show, who I gave him we were talking about making America great again, and I pointed out that the again that they're talking about is like the times when there was Jim Crow. You set them up and they say, like in the 50s when, black people had to sit upstairs at the movie theater and all that. Anyway, he sort of thought that maybe going back to Jim Crow was good, if I remember. This is one of those.
Donald Trump about making America great. And he said back like in the 50s in the Eisenhower years, when, it was post-war, a lot of construction, highway bill. But in the 1950s, black Americans had to sit upstairs in a movie theater. Yeah, they couldn't sit in the same buses. The South had Jim Crow laws that the fighters and soldiers of the civil rights movement had to undo. So it wasn't great for everybody.
I mean, those were the least of our concerns at that time. As black people, we were all still united amongst each other. But as you see now, as time went on, we're not anymore. We have a very high rate of a very high murder rate, very high unemployment rate, and things of that nature. So since that time, blacks have actually, our wealth has went down. Those things you can't use the bathroom. It's a new day now.
It is, but he says make America great again, and then he says like in the 50s. And I'm saying America in the 50s, not so great for everybody, right?
I mean, that wouldn't seem like a bad thing to me. No. Going back, as long as we keep the peace, I wouldn't mind everybody just.
So if there was Jim Crow laws in the South, but there was peace and prosperity, you'd be okay with it?
Yeah.
They still had better lives here than they did back in Africa.
As slaves, they had better lives here.
And there are some that would argue that. You can look that up. Their descendants, the descendants of those slaves, have much better lives here than descendants of people who would have never gotten on those slave boats in Africa. And that's a provable fact, because we have given them all those freedoms.
I don't know how you do it. It's a provable fact. I can't do that.
I was going to say the same thing. Provable fact. And my favorite from that crazy slavery guy is, you can look it up.
Right.
I mean, yeah, I guess I could find your lunatic argument online as well. That doesn't make it true.
He went on and on and on, and then just the idea that it was the first guy when he said, that was the least of their concern back then. Were Jim Crow laws?
Yeah,
right.
I was like, no, I think that was pretty high on the list.
It was up there anyway.
Yeah, it was up there.
I guess agree with him. I'd say maybe the thing that they were concerned more about was the murder. The murders, the lynchings, the lack of any kind of judicial recourse from those killings, people getting maimed, taken from their families, all that type of stuff. Yeah, so I guess sitting back the bus and different water fountains and educational systems separate, all that stuff. Yeah, secondary to the murder part. Right. I guess you want to go back to that part.
That's interesting, and that's part of why they did this. I don't want to get too deep here. We're going to go ahead and do fun questions, but why they're doing this attack against theoretically critical race theory. Because the closer we get to teaching actual history, the more uncomfortable it gets. Because when I was going to school, we were taught about the Rosa Parks and the bus, because that's relatively benign, right? But we weren't taught the lynchings. We weren't taught you light people on fire, you take pieces of their body home, right? We weren't taught those things. The closer you get to actually teaching things that really happened, then people start to realize, oh, right, no, that was at the top of people's concerns, right?
Right.
And so,
but also when I was first learning about this stuff, not to age myself, you're learning it like 10 years after it happened. Like the Civil Rights Bill was the mid '60s, so it was, even to anyone growing up in the '70s, '80s, '90s, it's pretty recent, right? It wasn't it wasn't like the American Revolution, So it's a totally different thing. And these people who are younger than me, both of them. Still, though, it's been carried so long that people talk about it still in ways that, like you said, they didn't talk about it before, and with the horrors accentuated, and they don't really seem to be fazed by it at all.
Yeah, all right, super last thing on this. So were you surprised by the Trump followers? I mean, because, when you first started talking to them and doing those man on the street interviews and stuff, we didn't quite know the level of crazy yet at all, right? So do you remember thinking like, whoa, what is this?
Yeah, it's sort of when you hear, because everybody's pretty nice to you, right? No matter where you go, whether you're talking to Democrats or Republicans, crazies on either side, whatever it is, people are generally pretty nice. And then you get the camera on, then you're asking them these substantive questions, and you start thinking, oh my God, this person's freaking nuts. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm not saying it, I never ever engage them. I just sort of thought, okay, and try and prod them, as you saw there, because that's the only way you get what you really need. And so I was definitely surprised. But if you think about it, though, half the country, first of all, they elected him. Half the country, comes out to these concerts, and where he goes around, or half the county when you're there to see him, and they pick the places where they know they're going to get the people, so you know who's there. So the surprise has waned, but at the beginning, absolutely. After the first debate that I saw him in Cleveland, Ohio in 2015, people were on the street talking to me about Donald Trump and how they thought he did pretty well. And I thought, what? That was the Megyn Kelly night. I was talking to some people here, Dave and Judith, about it before. That was a shocking night, but people from the get-go were like, oh, he's interesting.
Yeah, no, they liked what they perceived to be his raw honesty.
Yeah,
it's an ironic honesty where he lies, right? But it appears honest because of how authentic it seems. Authentic in that he's speaking off the top of his mind, not scripted, not talking points, etc.
Yeah.
And I think that's what resonated. But I remember I watched one of your interviews, and it was this is the one that stuck in my mind. The guy was an accountant, and he sounded so reasonable until he started talking about politics. And he's like, oh no, of course, if Biden wins, we're going to move to Panama because all of the riots are going to start and every city's going to burn. And anyway, I got to go back to QuickBooks and do Bobby's taxes here, but right now I'm like, what is
Bubba's taxes? Actually.
Yeah, Bubba's. That's right. Anyways, all right. So let's have fun. Let's play this game. We're gonna ask questions, and then we're gonna see if we can get these Young Turks trivia basically right. Question number one: who called TYT the Young Turds? Was it Jimmy Dore, Laura Loomer, or Alex Jones? ¿Quién es más macho?
You want this one?
Okay.
I mean, would you say 1, 2, 3 guess so we don't?
No, just okay. Just have it in your minds, okay?
Yeah, okay, I have it in
Faith
my
this
mind,
time,
yeah.
okay? Michael, go first.
Alex Jones.
I'd see Alex Jones.
I also have Alex Jones. What is the correct answer?
I mean, I saw a video yesterday where the Young Turds were saying that they're the #1 internet news show. I mean, I'm on over 100 AM and FM stations, XM. But on the internet, just look at my website on Alexa compared to their website. Look at my videos, more views. I mean, you're full of crap. I'm #1 in alternative media, period, globally. Even Rolling Stone, New York Magazine, all they've done actuaries. I'm #1.
He's #1, period.
Yeah.
By the way, here's one thing he's missing. It's a shirt.
Yeah,
And then I showed numbers showing that, of course, he wasn't #1.
Right. Well, New York Magazine said he was.
Oh, yeah. But he really is nuts. I mean, why did he do that video without a shirt?
It's unbelievable.
It was hot in there.
Talk about having your torso open.
Indeed. All right, let's go to question number 2. Who called Jayar a disgruntled Bulgarian viewer, Pastor James David Manning, a random caller on a TYT voicemail. I have my answer.
Yes, I definitely have the answer.
I mean, this is one that you guys have more information on than I do. I'm going to go with the caller.
Pastor James David Manning.
He wouldn't have been in there, actually. It was a terrible answer. He wouldn't have been in there specifically among two vague, random things were it not him.
It could have. You know, the other answer I would have put in is Roland Martin. Because you guys beefed. Do you remember when you were beefing with Roland Martin?
It was quite a short beef over, no, it wasn't. It was in Santorum. Yeah, it was a Rick Santorum.
Yeah, and by the way, Roland Martin, now part of the TYT network on Facebook.
No.
Okay, so let's watch.
This group, the Young Turks, who are they anyway? I mean, are they people from Turkey, or are they some sort of a street gang? I mean, I've never heard, I don't even, this is a guy's name, I think his name is Cenk Uygur. What kind of name is that anyway? I mean, where is he? Where was he born? Was he born in the Baltic somewhere, Bosnia? This guy Jayar. Let me say a word about him. I don't know where he got his name. Jayar Jackson. He's this guy, Chink's Tonto. So you call Chink the Long Ranger. This guy Jayar, call him Tonto. But let me go back to this guy Jayar. I see he's got all them dreadlocks in his hair. I said, well, you know what? Can I tell you something about black men that wear dreadlocks? They want people to think they're bad.
That's the first time I'd heard that assumption about guys who wear dreads. Usually it's that they smoke too much weed. But that's always the number one thing. But then after that, then it goes to they're bad.
Well, Pastor Manning, of course, had a lot of novel theories, and the most legendary one that he came and actually shared on the show. We had him on the show, and he said it. He's the guy who said Starbucks is trying to turn everybody gay, and they're putting semen in the coffee because that makes it so much more delicious. And I was like, does it?
Long-legged Mac, Daddy.
He definitely made his coffee in the morning with,
it's missing a little something, a little extra pizzazz. Okay.
Hun, I'll be right back.
Jeez. So we had him on and we asked him, really, I mean, do you think that? And he's like, well, obviously. It's like, well, wouldn't that make it taste better? And so he was, of course, a conservative pastor, but with all these guys, whether it's Phil Davidson or Pastor Manning, I think whatever happened to them, right?
True.
Well, that's true, right?
Yeah. So I think I saw him in the news the other day, but I can't remember it.
Really?
Yeah. But all right, we'll look it up.
Maybe he was right. Maybe they're like, it turns out. Pastor.
That's why they're doing the labor movement at Starbucks.
Exactly.
No, all right, no. Okay. All right, question number 3. Which of these wrong predictions was said by Cenk on air? Wait a minute. Tucker Carlson's Fox News show will have low viewership. Trump will not run for president in 2024. The Steelers will win the 2011 Super Bowl. Which of those wrong predictions?
Yeah, I have my answer. 3 B?
I have my answer. You guys have the answer?
Only I can remember which Super Bowl the Steelers won. That would
Tucker,
totally help me eliminate.
Steelers, and what was Trump will not run? I think it was Trump will not run.
I'm going with Tucker.
I'm going with the Steelers. Let's find out.
Guess who's back? Tucker Carlson. He's been hired as a television host again. How is that possible? The man had the worst ratings possibly in cable news history. Everywhere he's gone, at CNN, at MSNBC, his shows have done disastrously, proven over and over again that he's a complete and colossal failure. Now, I saw the ratings when he was on MSNBC. It was hideous. Our YouTube channel would crush his ratings. And he's on frickin' television. So, of course, he's now recycled again. Guess where he's going? Fox News Channel. But I'm glad they hired Tucker Carlson, because the only thing Tucker can do is destroy Fox News' ratings. So, if anyone can fail on Fox News, it's Tucker Carlson.
That was the first time. That was his first go round.
Yeah. So that was not the primetime show yet. And so to be fair to me, I think in the first go around, his ratings did suck.
They did. I think they did at that time. Yeah. And he wasn't the worst rated, because the worst rated show, I believe, especially at that time, I'm sure it was in cable TV, was hosted show was John McEnroe had a show on MSNBC at night that I think is known as the worst rated show in cable.
Don't worry, John. They're catching up to you now because the numbers are diving so much. Okay, so but I didn't remember that at all. Obviously, I got the answer wrong, even though it was me. But another, to be fair to me, all those facts are right. And the reason that Tucker started doing great now is because he pivoted, and he pivoted from the bow tie and being an elitist, which is that he was like known as like the guy who was the most establishment, the most mainstream in a lot of ways. That's why he fit in at CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News. He didn't seem to have any guiding principles, right? But when he made the turn, and that's why it's interesting, and became like a populist in the right wing way, which is like, oh, you got to suntan your testicles to be smarter and make up all these things. It is literally a strategy, and so it's the least authentic thing you have ever seen. Tucker wasn't like that at all. He just turned on a dime based on strategy. But nonetheless, a spectacularly wrong prediction. Okay, so let's be fair about that. All right, question number 4. Which viral dance did the TYT office do for a video? Macarena, Cha-Cha Slide, Harlem Shake. I know this one for sure.
It's when I discovered I was gaining too much weight, and I was like, this has to change. I saw myself on camera and I was like, who's that?
Okay, we're about to see it.
I can't go first every time, I learned.
No, but we know which one it is.
Well, that's why I can't go first. Well, Macarena was too early, so I think it's the what is the Cha-Cha Slide and the other one?
Harlem Shake.
Harlem Shake. I think it's the Cha-Cha Slide.
All right, let's see. It's a Harlem Shake,
of course.
It's hard to tell who's my favorite in that video. Dave Koller, John Iadarola, bare feet there. That was weird.
That's definitely the answer. Can I answer that? It's Dave Koller.
Yeah, Dave Koller.
Was that L right in the middle?
That was L right
totally
in the middle.
outside what I would have thought she would do. Right in the middle of the whole scene.
With John doing,
Yeah. If you go to tyt.com/cheers and you're drinking along with us, you'll see all of our favorite drinks. And Dave's is at the end, and it's carrot juice.
Fresh carrot juice, like right through the
An
juice.
email went out asking what your favorite drink is, and your favorite cocktail, I think it was. And,
and he's like, well, carrot juice.
We had 3 or 4 hosts and contributors and folks that absolutely flubbed that answer. Gave me apple juice, carrot juice, and cranberry juice. Come on, you guys.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, guys, we gotta go. So check out Watch List. It's at 5 o'clock Eastern. But hold on. Members, you got a bonus episode, extra birthday present for you guys. So Michael's gonna say the legendary Dave Koller is gonna come and join us. And we haven't yet gotten to the craziest video in TYT history. Michael picked it and he's correct, we all agree. And we did a poll of you guys asking what was your favorite TYT moment of all time. It will be revealed in the bonus episode. So if you're on YouTube, hit the join button below the video. If you're on the cell phones, you gotta scroll down a little bit. And everyone else, tyt.com/join. Come join us. We'll have a little bit more fun tonight. Right back.
It began on the internet. A news show that redefined hard news. Progressive politics with an edge. These are the Young Turks. Jesus Godoy. Jayar Jackson. Dave Koller, Anna Kasparian, and Cenk Uygur as the host.
Oh, Dave. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell a really stupid little story.
Oh, that's awesome! Okay, hold on. No.
I like that one.
There you go. Okay, all right.
So I went to the supermarket this weekend, and these two women who look just like Kardashian sisters got out of a car. They were like way other side of the parking lot for me. I said, that might be them. This is in Beverly Hills. And so I walked to the car. I saw the car was a Toyota.
Oh, forget it.
So I went into the supermarket, but I still had doubts. So I went up to her and I said, are you two of the Kardashian sisters? And she said, no. And I said, all right, well, thank you. And that's it.
I like that story.
That's awesome.
He's climbing in your windows. He's snatching your people up. Hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
My.
Long-legged Mac Daddy.
And you can always follow me on Twitter